When it comes to having adventures in Southeast Asia, there's one country that stands above all the rest.
This is one of the best days of my life. Seriously, this is what I live for. Just mad adventure.
Vietnam is a land of untamed wilderness, vibrant cities, and the perfect place to have an adventure of a lifetime. This documentary will cover my 2-month adventure from the very north to the very south of the country. We'll begin in Hanoi, where I'll be trying to track down and purchase my very own small motorcycle.
You want to buy a motorbike?
Yes, I would love to buy a bike if you have any for sale. From there, I'll head to the very northernmost point where I'll turn around and start heading south. But this isn't a video just about the destinations. This is all about the challenges, every twist in the road, every breakdown that pushes our limits, and every person that will welcome us as we drive through this incredible country. We have so much adventure and distance to cover, so let's begin in Hanoi, where we'll track down our very own motorbike and get our first taste of Vietnam together. What is it now? 8:30? Ban me and a beer, settle into the hostel, and then tomorrow we'll go find a motorbike. Hopefully this all goes to plan. So far so good.
Thank you. Arriving at the hostel, the place was busy, bustling in fact. It was fully booked, and I'd booked a private room, and the guys at the front desk seemed really nice, and I could see that I was going to enjoy this place. I was just a little bit worried and curious about what my private room would be like, because this place was cheap.
Okay, so here's my room. It smells. It smells like vinegar or something. But it was cheap, and it'll do. And there seems to be quite a busy atmosphere. In fact, if I bring you outside, you can hear the thumping music from the rooftop bar up there somewhere. I'm a little bit old for sleeping in a dorm room. I'm 36 and I've got too much expensive camera equipment. Somebody might steal it, so I always get a private room if I can, but it smells like vinegar. It's raining. Feels good to be in another country.
This part of Hanoi is called the Old Quarter, and it just hits differently here. It's such an attack on the senses. There's food everywhere, people everywhere, honking, and just, it's just an amazing feeling to be here, guys. And according to Google Maps, about a 2-minute walk from my hostel was a place called Beer Corner, where I was hoping we could find some beer and some food. And it wasn't long before I arrived on the street and was immediately beckoned over by some locals who wanted to have a sing-song.
All right, we're having a beer with these guys.
What beer?
Chai. I don't know what you're saying in Vietnam. Thank you. Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you. What's your name?
Paddy. Nice to meet you. You can sing karaoke at this place. Look, they just give you the mic. Yes, mate. I love you, London, yeah. I think it's Vietnamese custom to cheers your drink 400 times. One more time. Last night was good fun, man. And I've awoken in a hostel full of puffy-eyed, hungover backpackers. And the free breakfast was toast with butter or toast with jam. So we're gonna go look for a delicious local breakfast, try and get some coffee, and also let's go try and buy a motorbike today. There's a lot of action and hustle and bustle. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. This place is alive and well. I'm standing at this crossroads and there's no traffic lights. We just got to go for it, I think. Wish me luck. Right, so here's the thing about motorcycling in Vietnam that I found in researching this trip.
Basically, the long and the short of it is whether you buy it or you rent it, you technically as a foreigner are not legally allowed to drive here. Even with an international driving permit, even with a driving license, it's still technically illegal. Even with all the right paperwork, people are still getting fined, and you just pay a fine on the spot and you continue driving down the road. And it doesn't happen everywhere. It might happen a handful of times on this trip. So that got me thinking, if it's illegal anyway, if I'm not going to be insured anyway, we're going to have to buy a bike or rent a bike, and we're going to have to get a slow one. I don't want to get a big, scary, fast bike and cause myself mischief. In my research, I found lots of reputable, very well reviewed and recommended rental places in Hanoi and in Saigon. But because we're in the north, and we're going to start from the north and go all the way down to the south, I also started looking into people that sell bikes, and someone on Instagram recommended me a guy called Pung. Hello, is that Mr. Pung?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Pung. I came to your shop. I was trying to buy a motorbike. Are you open today?
You want to buy motorbike?
Yes, I would love to buy a bike if you have any for sale. I'll send you an SMS.
Yes. That's it.
Okay, I will text you now. Whew. That was really hard to understand him.
Vâng, okay anh. Vâng, okay. So please wait here, and he's come. When he come, he call back, and I will show you.
Okay, Mr. Pung's gone camping for the weekend, so this fella is going to take us to the warehouse. We're going to look at some bikes. He says he's got some Honda Winds and some Honda Dreams. He says the Dreams are expensive and the Winds are cheap. So we'll see. We'll see what they've got. Okay, so these are the 4 bikes that I've selected. We've got a Honda Wave original, Vietnamese and Japanese parts. That's option 1. Then there's the Super Dream. This one is again Vietnamese, Japanese original. And then I think these. So this one is the Chinese copy.
No, this is the Honda Zin.
Zine.
Yeah. Honda Vietnam and Sapa.
Okay, this is original.
Yeah.
Okay. This one actually is quite beautiful, but they can't get it started, so that's not good. This black one is a no. It just looks battered. It looks just like Dreamy, this one. If you look at what we were driving in Thailand, it's pretty much the same model, almost same year, but you can't get it started. She's alive! Another reason why I want a Honda model like this is because I brought my side boxes from Thailand, and we'll be able to clip them onto these models. And then I can put my camera equipment safely in those boxes when we're driving. How much for the Super Dream?
This is the 522
522
US.
522 US dollars
Yes.
for the expensive one.
Yes, it is a good one.
Okay. It's not expensive. I want to connect my side boxes, but I need 2 screws. Here's one, and there should be another one here, but there isn't. However, he's told me that they can use this machinery here, and they can weld and basically fix it and sort it out. And they said we can do anything to get this bike to be however I want it. And to be fair to these lads, that's exactly what they did. We got to work straight away in customizing the metalwork so that the frame and the brackets that hold the side boxes would attach to this new, slightly different, slightly bigger, slightly newer version of Dreamy. It did seem like a simple piece of metalwork, but the more we tried, the more we failed. It was a bit more difficult, and it took about 3 hours for these guys to hammer, drill, weld, and do all sorts of problem solving to get this rack on the right sides and attached safely and properly. But alas, the boxes were attached, and that was a deal breaker for me. I did tell them that I wasn't going to buy it unless the boxes could fit on the sides, but eventually the lads did it. So as you can see, it's done 39,000, but it might have gone around a couple of times because a lot of these bikes have gone more than once. Indicator, and down here we have the brake and and the clutch system. So if you don't know much about semi-automatics, really quickly, that's your brake and these are your gears, and that's it. You've got a front brake here and nothing over here. Okay, we have a new bike. Ah! Okay, so let me just get my bearings here, guys, because this is the first time that we're driving, you know, in traffic in Vietnam. They drive on the right, Paddy. Remember, they drive on the right. Our new bike! Woo! What are we gonna call her? Super dreamy, but better than that. Oh, it's a grey, miserable Hanoi, but I've never felt better. We have our own bike. We can go wherever we want. Freedom in Vietnam. There's no better feeling. There she is. We made it. Woo.
All right, I'd say that is mission successful. We've arrived in Vietnam. We bought a motorbike. It's in our name. The side boxes are installed. Cheers. I just want to pop in quickly before we leave Hanoi and continue this adventure to say thank you to Sim Local for sponsoring this section of the documentary. I hope you're getting excited and planning your trip to Vietnam or anywhere. And if you are coming to Asia, you're going to need to get yourself an eSIM to avoid costly prices with data roaming charges from your home country when you go abroad. Staying connected when you're traveling and being able to update your family and friends with your travels is so important, and it's never been easier thanks to the new eSIM technology. And Sim Local are leading the change in making travel connectivity so seamless. And eSIM eliminates the need to physically take out your SIM card and purchase a physical SIM card in the country that you're traveling to. You just download Sim Local or go to their website. Then you just search for the country that you're going to. Sim Local provide eSIM deals for over 150, including Vietnam. And with a few taps of the button, you can install the eSIM directly onto your phone using the software. And the second you land, you can toggle your new eSIM package. You'll have data, you'll have calls and minutes, whatever package you choose, and you'll be able to stay connected and start sharing your travels without any extremely high roaming charges from your carrier back home. So if you're ready to unlock a smarter way to travel, head to the link in the description. That will take you to a great deal and a discount on your first eSIM with Sim Local. Thanks to Sim Local for sponsoring this video.
So here's the gas station. Let's find out how much it costs to fuel her up. She's on completely empty, so I'll fill it completely up and we'll see. The annoying thing about welding the side boxes to the side of my bike is it's really hard to get access to the fuel now. See, this is the key and it doesn't fit. Brilliant. So you have to take this off every time. Is that full? I don't even see the price. Just see loads of numbers. So he gave, okay, so he charged me 90,000. Is that expensive? That seems expensive. Let's get out of this city. I've loved Hanoi. It's brilliant. It's so much fun. And we'll be back, you know, once we've done the north, we'll stop in Hanoi for a few more days. I barely scratched the surface of this city, you know. So we'll do it justice when we come back.
Man, it feels good to be back on the road. It was bittersweet to say goodbye to Hanoi. That place was bustling and the road ahead was daunting but exciting. So a big couple of deep breaths and I was set on my way. Found a nice route that avoided more of the heavier
motorways with trucks and things, and I was just able to wind and bounce my head to music and have a great time. It was also very hot and sunny today, so I pulled over, put some sun cream on, and also realized I didn't really have anything navigated. So I put somewhere on my phone. I was trying to get to the northernmost point of Vietnam on the border of China. There was no way we would make it today, but we'd probably get there in 2 or 3 days from now. I was upbeat, I was positive, but then of course, I've almost certainly got a flat tire. I can't tell if it's the front one or the back one, but we're shaking and I have no traction. So it's just a waiting game until it gets really bad. Normally you can feel it coming and then you have about 1 kilometer or 2, and then the rubber squeezes out all the rest of the air, and I'm in the middle of nowhere. Like, this will be an interesting situation because it's our first flat tire on our first big day, and I mean, all these landslides and things, I've seen so many of these. Oh, you can really feel I think it's the back tire. So let's just hope we come to a village and get it sorted. Okay, I saw some guys drinking tea, maybe beer. Let's go ask them, and let's go see which tire is it. Oi, come on. Hello. Pretty sure it's the back tire. Oh my god, it's so hot. Yeah.
Hồi ơi, bảo cậu có nhà không?
This isn't even a garage, this is just a little shop. Looks like they sell cement.
Thăm hỏi. Cậu nhà không?
So I think this bloke is actually gonna fix it for me. What's this? Salted lemon. Oh, that sounds good.
Bạn con đi này đi Hải Dương rồi.
Oh, that's really good.
Còn con kia tiếc lắm, bán hình tiếc.
Oh, it tastes like a frozen margarita. That is amazing.
Nếu mà cần bán là tầm 30 triệu mới bán được.
Whilst he's fixing the tyre, there's a bit of an onking sound over here. I think there's a giant pig. Oh, hello. Oh, how are you? Oh, it's a GoPro. You can't eat it. There's the puncture. Sometimes they find nails and pins and all sorts of weird stuff that is the cause, and sometimes they can get stuck inside the tyre. You know what? Why not?
Vâng, cháu đang trong Ngọc Phái cho về tôi chở đó.
From England.
Yeah.
2:15 in the middle of nowhere in the beautiful countryside of Vietnam, and this is my breakfast, my lunch, and a well-deserved hair of the dog. This is my decoy wallet in case I get pulled over by the police. What have I got in here now? 10, 30, 40, 46. How much is it? I think he's going to show me a note and say, hey, give me one of these. 100,000. Okay, okay. Let me see if he wants a beer. Thank you very much. Can I buy you a beer in Vietnamese?
Cảm ơn rất nhiều. Tôi có thể mua cho bạn một cốc bia.
Yes.
Okay, and one for him. Yeah. All right. Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Problem solved. If you're ever in this town in the valley, you can get your bike fixed there. Okay, 50 kilometers. There's a lake and a town, and then I think that'll be day one on the bike, guys. and it's raining up ahead. I can see dark clouds. But I feel better after drinking that beer. Woo! I've seen quite a few landslides along the way so far today, but this one seems quite fresh. Gotta get it in front before they get the next truck. Oh, I think we missed our chance. Surely this is gonna stop. Okay. Well, let's hope there's not a landslide when we're driving past, you know? Wouldn't be a nice way to go, having a ton of million rocks fall onto you. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding you. I have another flat tire. I just heard like a pop sound and some hissing. The GoPro's turned off and I have a flat tire. I'm covered in mud and it's just about to rain. I don't know what happened, but like I just went through a puddle and everything just got soaked in this like clay colored mud all over my shoes and jeans. Kind of looks cool, but I've got another flat tire. It's the back tire again, and that's a bad one. As I was driving, I just heard a pop and a hiss, and it wasn't a gradual thing. I didn't have 2 kilometers to play with. I had 200 meters. Luckily, I've broken down at this lake, and there's a few guest houses here, so that's good. Let's check out this guest house, Na Nagi guest house. Hello. My motorbike is broken. Maybe we stay in this town, or maybe we get it fixed. What time is it now? It's only 3:20. We could still keep going, but yeah, look. There's a flat tire.
Oh.
No, I can. Let me call someone to change the tire for you. Okay, good. She said I can stay here, and she knows somewhere that does yummy food. Have you come to fix my bike? Soon after the rain, someone will come and fix your car. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it here for this episode. I've got some problems to fix and I've got to sort myself out, ready for more adventures in the next video. So if you want to find out how I fixed this second flat tire and what this town on this lake is like and the road further north, then I'll see you in the next one in a couple of days. And this is what I love, man. I'm covered in mud, I'm wet, my bike has broken twice, I'm in the countryside, in a beautiful country. It might look stressful, it might look annoying, but deep down, this is one of the best days of my life. Seriously, this is what I live for, just mad adventure. Okay, welcome back. The lady here who runs this guest house that I conveniently had a flat tire just outside, she's invited me for dinner with her family at 7 p.m, but it's 3:30 and I haven't eaten anything all day and I'm starving. So she's gonna cook me some noodles with egg. Someone's gonna come and fix the bike. I'm gonna sleep here tonight, enjoy this area. Tomorrow morning, wake up and explore this lake, which looks absolutely beautiful. Fingers crossed the weather is good. And then we'll hit the road. And hopefully we won't get any more flat tires because we had 2 yesterday, or today, but in the previous video. Look how muddy my shoes are. Okay. Okay. Double bed. Shoes, okay. And have a look at this $1 million view. Wow. It's a shame my room doesn't have a window. But I'll be coming out here in the morning for a coffee. This is Ba Bay Lake, even in a lightning storm and rain, covered in mud and a broken bike and starving. It is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Some fried noodles, some omelette sliced up on top, and some greens. Don't see any meat, but that's fine. Let's cover this in chili sauce. And this is gonna last 30 seconds. The day before I flew to Vietnam, I bought a Nintendo Switch because there's quite a lot of downtime when you're traveling solo. You know, I drive and I have an adventure and I film for you and I edit, obviously. You know, here's all my gear lined up on the table. Obviously, I just flew the drone to show you this amazing lake and to see just how epic it is in every direction. It's incredible, right? But yeah, there's a kid staying here and I wonder if he wants to play. He's ever played before? So you're in the bus, we're gonna jump out of the bus and we're gonna kill everybody. See here, B jump. B. Some buffalo. The little baby one. Come. Nấu cơm ở đây. Sức khỏe. Vô. Oh, okay.
are too. What I said was we are too reliant. I mean, Gareth said it himself. They are too reliant on Caymans, especially with the players we have.
So that's a concern, is it?
It is a concern. God knows how many assists, and Mason Mount is near the top of the assist charts for Chelsea and scoring good goals for them.
I'm trying my first Vietnamese coffee here into this glass, and it looks like that there's condensed milk at the bottom here. Oh wow, that's sweet. My jeans are still wet and my bike is still broken. So I think I'm gonna go on a boat and go explore this lake, and hopefully my jeans and my bike are ready to go when I get back.
Mình cứ tưởng nó không đi, nó cứ đợi mình.
All right. Wow. Look at this. And to think we would never have stopped here if we hadn't have broken down, so everything happens for a reason.
Xin chào. Mình mua ở trong số tiền nè. Hello. Nó ngon hơn nè. Mình chụp ảnh.
Sit down.
Xin chào.
Xin chào.
Xin chào.
They said xin chào. I thought they said sit down.
Đúng, anh Nam
Holding hands. All right. I have a problem with this guy. I don't like Man U. I don't like. Very bad. Just kidding. All right. Yeah. Hello. Thank you. You're welcome. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Yeah, nice to meet you guys. Xin chào. What does xin chào mean, guys? Hey. Hello. It must mean hello. I thought you said sit down. So I just sat on a plastic chair and they looked at me like, what are you doing? I'm paying 200,000 dong, or $10 US, for a 1-hour tour, and we're gonna go check out this temple. Xin chào. Sit down. So this particular deity seems to appreciate sugary, sweet things, because the Vietnamese people here are leaving boxes of cookies, cans of Coke, chocolate pies, burning incense. So there's no fruit or money offerings here. It's obviously a very sweet-toothed deity. And I see Buddha images at the top, and I see dragons wrapped around the roof. So it's a Buddhist temple. I just don't find any information online or anywhere here in English about what this is, but it's beautiful, and these flags in this rainforest humid little island on this lake, it's quite beautiful and quite unique. Is this a snack? Complimentary snack? It's a bit dry. Let me try it with the chili sauce. So much better. the Vietnamese word for hello sounds like the English word for sit down. That's why I sat down.
Từ tiếng Việt cho xin chào, nghe giống như từ tiếng Anh cho ngồi xuống. Đó là lý do tại sao tôi ngồi xuống.
Xin chào, sit down. Stupid foreigner. All right, thank you so much. Bye, 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 bye. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Oh, kickstand. So guess how much they charged me for a night in a private room with that view, right? Noodles when I arrived, dinner with the family in the evening, 2 cold beers, some rum with banana in it, a big bowl of noodles again this morning, a private tour of the lake and visiting the temple, and just all around really hospitable, welcoming experience. Guess how much? It was 520,000 Vietnamese dong, which is around 22 US dollars, which is absolutely ridiculously cheap. So if you're in Northern Vietnam and you want to come see a beautiful lake and some cool family, the link to their hotel is in the description. Today we're trying to get to a town called Ca Bao, but there's been quite a lot of problems on the road. The landslides, I've also seen a lot of police checkpoints, but luckily I've just driven past some, but our luck is going to run out eventually and we'll see what they want. They seem to be just stopping local people, checking helmets, checking licenses, so hopefully it's okay. But anyway, another adventure as always awaits us in front. We need fuel and we've got a day to ride through these beautiful mountains of northern Vietnam, so let's go. What are you chomping down on, babe? What is it? Is it yummy? This is such a beautiful moment for me right now. Riding on the road, open road, solo. You guys with me, crossing a beautiful bridge. I mean, have a look at the scenes here. And I got Taylor Swift in my ear singing a nice song. Ah, life doesn't get any better than this.
I want her to notice what I don't notice. Space between us now, it's just like miles.
Look at that.
And I've only ever fit inside the shadows. But I'm here, I'm here. Won't she turn around? Won't she look at me?
Giang Loop. Thấy chưa?
Okay, so as annoying as getting a flat tire is, I think we've actually potentially found the reason. So I told him using Google Translate to have a really good look at this tire, because 3 flats in just over 24 hours is not normal. I think I had 5 flat tires in 13 months in Thailand, and every single time it was a pin or a nail, and it was just bad luck. And when he inspected this, he showed me inside, there's so much wear and tear and thinned out areas that I think it's just causing the punctures. So gonna bite the bullet and purchase a brand new tire and a new inner tube, and we'll hopefully fix the constant flat tires, because it's costing me about 100,000 dong per flat tire. That's 300,000 in one day. Now if we keep doing this for 3 months, you do the math. So let's purchase a new tire and let's hope that this doesn't happen anymore, because it's proper annoying.
Okay, thanks, bye. As much as I love boosting the Vietnamese economy by getting a flat tire in seemingly every village, we've upgraded the tire. We've got a sexy brand new rubber tire, and it cost me 400,000 dong plus the new inner tube. So that should hopefully solve that issue. If I get another flat tire later on, like in an hour, I'm gonna be pissed. Here it is, Nang Cafe. Can I get a Vietnamese coffee?
Vietnamese black coffee, a little bit of hot sugar on the side, and some ice. Let's have a taste.
We don't want to stay on the main road all day. We'll get to the waterfall eventually. Hello. And these country roads are absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, look at this valley. Basically, all the roads are in these crazy, beautiful valleys. And we're good for time, so there's no need to like rush back to the main roads. Let's just keep going down these valleys and see what we find. The locals who drive past are like, what? So I think it's been a while since somebody from Europe anyway took this route. Kind of want to go up on the meadow with the buffaloes, but the steep incline, I don't think this bike would make it up there. I'd need like a motocross bike or something. Okay, I'm just making sure that my helmet and everything is in order, because we're heading down this steep road. According to my research, there's a mountain with a hole in it. And it looks quite beautiful. So this is going to be our first off-road adventure on this bike. Very steep, very muddy, and wish me luck, because if we get down here in one piece, then we should be rewarded with something quite spectacular. But obviously this bike is not built for this kind of stuff, but the locals use these bikes, so it must be fine. Logic. There we go. Hopefully that was the worst part. If you're looking for amazing roads to drive in northern Vietnam, don't worry, I'm writing everything down. I'm saving every little viewpoint, every cool road I find, all the best guest houses and everything is in the book, the guide, linked in the description below. If it's not out yet, that's because I'm writing it and saving beautiful spots like this and giving you detailed information, hopefully. But anyway, concentrate. You can hear all the birds and the bugs. There's a random toilet just there, which is good in case we... Oh, bugger. I think the road is flooded. There's the tracks that lead to where we need to go. Oh. See, the plan was to come along here and, oh, in the distance you can see the mountain with the hole. Let's just fly the drone and we'll get a perspective.
Okay, success, we are here. 40,000 to get in. Now, obviously the road was incredible and the journey well worth it, no matter what the destination. But Jesus titty Christ, this is unbelievable. Mad scenes. Let me just give you a quick tour. So in front of me, the huge waterfalls with the massive amounts of mist splashing off the layers, going hundreds of feet into the air. And then there's more waterfalls to the left. There seems to be 6 or 7 more. And there's a little bridge, and we'll walk across there in a minute. Now this is the most interesting part to me. These boats, you pay 50,000 and you can go out and probably, you know, get the spray. And across the river, that's China. You can see the flag flapping in the wind. They have the Chinese version, although there's nobody there because right now they're in a crazy lockdown. So the only people who are here enjoying the waterfalls are the Vietnamese and a few backpackers. I've seen a couple of people who've driven here on their bikes. And there must be some amazing engineering structure going on the Chinese side. Along the mountain cliff, there's a zigzag and it's coming down to this area. That must be the way that they get down. There mustn't be a road. I don't even know what that is. There must be the world's biggest, craziest escalator. I mean, this is just unbelievable. And the sun's come out. This is mad scenes. Let's get a bit closer. That is so nice. Oh, come at me, mist. You want to feel the mist? Get ready. Woo! Yeah! Can you see me? Or did you get wet? Oh, you got wet. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. You know, my job is to try and make it like you're with me. And that took a lot of hours extra to get here. Drone shots, passing the bike shots. The road to get here, unbelievable. And to get rewarded with a sunny blue sky, massively full waterfall on the Chinese-Vietnam border is something else. I'll never forget today. I've got the privilege now to drive that road, same road, back to the town in the afternoon light. But I'm gonna save that for me. We've got the Hi Giang Loop coming next. Massively popular route, apparently more beautiful than this. Absolutely next level.
Yes, welcome to the gorgeous country roads leading towards the Hi Giang Loop. I want you to sit down, really relax and feel immersed on this day's drive because it is going to be absolutely gorgeous, a little bit scary and a little bit dangerous, but I promise if you stick around till the end, you'll be rewarded with one of the best sunset spots on planet Earth.
Just sat there on that bloody thing. No chance. Woo! Okay, so the Hi Giang Loop. There's a main road and then there's plenty of country roads that you can go in and get a little bit more lost, get a little bit more rural, and just add a bit more depth to your northern Vietnam experience. And that's the kind of road that we're on right now. What you'll see driving along is kids like that with a stick. You'll go through lots of little villages where the road will become like a funnel and it becomes quite claustrophobic with people selling and a truck trying to get through, and you can get stuck there for a few minutes. And then it's just lots of beautiful turns, incredible lush green mountains, and if you're lucky like today, beautiful blue skies. And in each of these little towns you can stop and get fried rice, some noodles, a can of cold Coke and a bottle of water or some Red Bull. So it's not like you need to pack supplies. Every little village has a little place you can get some lunch or whatever you need. And the good thing about these country roads off the main loop is you don't have to worry too much about cars and trucks. It's just like, I mean, look at this. It's just jagged mountains and calm, quiet roads. The surface isn't great. You have to keep an eye out for potholes and bits and bobs like that. Random goats and buffaloes and chickens crossing the road. The amount of times I've nearly run over a little chicken. Thankfully I haven't done it yet. And just go slow and absorb it all. I mean, look at this. So don't be afraid to get off the Hi Giang Loop. As beautiful as the loop is, these little country roads, pretty nice. It's an understatement. It's incredible. Hello. So as beautiful as the Hi Giang Loop is, there's so many little country roads. So I've just taken a random right turn, had a look on Google Maps, and we can do a little loop for about an hour. It seems really twisty, very quiet, not many trucks, no buses, just the odd farmer on a motorbike driving past. So let's just have a bit of fun on the country road and see what it's like. I'll report back. Maybe this is a bad idea. One thing's for sure, it's very beautiful. Wow.
There's something I just can't explain about the feeling of driving these northern Vietnamese roads. Obviously, half of your brain is occupied with making sure you're on the right line on the road, you're avoiding the gravel, any oncoming traffic, and just all of the usual rural hazards like animals and things like that. But thankfully, the other half of your brain is just absorbing it and trying to take it all in and calculate in your mind just how beautiful the scenes you're seeing is. Not just the mountains and the luscious greenness and the blue skies, if you're lucky with the weather like we are today, but just seeing the local people living there, hanging out on the side of the road. You'll see lots of children just walking around, unsupervised, playing, and waterfalls streaming through the rice paddies onto the road. You've got buffaloes and all types of animals doing their thing, and the local people are just living the most rural, the most peaceful, the most happy life. And as you drive past them and exchange smiles and nods of appreciation for each other, it just seems like the entire time you're driving, you're filled with an immense sense of gratitude to be alive. Just pulled over for a little tinkle. But I also want to climb up this rock wall and see what the hell's over this hill. Get a preview of the next few turns. Get up there. Wow. Hello, hello, hello. So, just have a look over my shoulder here and you'll get an idea of just how steep this is. Let's get higher up. Let's point the camera down a bit. Wow. I mean, it's so steep. It's like skiing down the side of a mountain. Like, I could throw a rock to the bottom, you know, on those. It looks like there's a dozen turns, maybe more. That's mental. And then if I pan up, you can see, like, oh, it's so beautiful, isn't it? But let's just come back to the view. There I am, right down there, look. Come flying over my head and pointing the camera down, ready? So you can get an idea of the steepness. There's me, see in the middle, the red thing, that's me. And we're gonna go down there. Isn't that absolutely insane? Wow, it's so steep. I mean, look, there's people driving bikes and there's even a few cars on there, so it's not like it's that dangerous. Oh, it keeps going, it keeps going! Oh! And then it flattens out. Okay, I'm excited. Let's get the drone back. Here he comes. Hello. Hi! And what's really cool, even in high wind, I should be able to do this. Whoa! Calm down. You just grab it, easy. And then you can chuck it back in your bike and you're good to go. Okay then. I just had a little look on Google Maps to where I am. And this place is called the 15-turn viewpoint or something. So it's 15 turns. That one was quite flat. And wish me luck getting down here. One piece of driving advice that I've learned from being in Vietnam compared to Thailand, and I just made the mistake right there as I was talking to you because I wasn't concentrating, is if you're turning on the right and you're driving on the right, unless you're coming in with the correct speed, i.e. not going too quickly, when you come around the corner you end up going halfway or more than halfway into the other side of the road, which is fine on a quiet road like this, but there's been a few close shaves where I've been too far to the middle and an oncoming bus that's turning has nearly hit me. And I've swerved out the way, but I've had a hard stopping moment once or twice. So let me give you an example of what I mean. So if you're coming in too quick, like this is too quick, and we turn right, what happens is you end up coming out like this, you see? Which is fine, but on a normal road, a bus or a truck might just come whizzing round. You see how I'm more to the left? Because turning left on the right-hand side of the road's easy. You just stick to the far right, and you're good to go. See? Easy, right? So here's a turning on the right, okay? So I'm gonna go much slower than I want to. I just be safe before I'm sorry, and just stick to the right, stick to the right, stick to the right, nice and slow, nice and slow. And if someone was coming around the corner, I'm well out the way. But it's hard to do that because you get carried away with how much fun you're having and driving quick, right? So you got to slow it down on those right turns. And also this is like the most ridiculous turned road I've ever driven. I mean, if I look to the right, it's like a straight cliff edge, man. Whew. No wonder they have to do 15 turns so quickly next to each other, otherwise it would be like that, right? Wow. All right, we made it to the flat part. Let's turn around and see. Wow. What? Let me pull over and show you. Oh, they're gonna even do more. Looks like they're gonna go further down. For what, I don't know. So to the right and down there, you can see JCBs digging even more S-bends, and then you can see now, wow, just the scale of it. You would never think that you could have a road on a steep road like that, but there you are. You'd never think that they'd have a road going such a steep cliff. But then again, this is Vietnam, eh? We're just surrounded by incredible roads here, especially out here in the countryside. Okay, according to the map, there's a town called Mae Vec in about an hour. So let's go there. Let's find a place to stay. That town is on the Hi Giang Loop, so I'm sure there's a few places we can stay. And let's get back on the country roads and try and find the best possible place for sunset and a cold beer.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan, Paddy. And the next hour was an absolute joy. It was bloody hot, however, so make sure you pack sunscreen and pull over from time to time to reapply because you don't want to get sunburnt. And the next hour and a half to Mae Vec was scenic, absolutely mind-blowingly beautiful. And apart from the classic Hi Giang Loop hazard of landslides and dodgy turns, we were soon in Mae Vec.
Fresh landslide. Hopefully there's not a car coming around the corner. Let me just beep my horn. All clear.
Mae Vec is a little town nestled in a beautiful valley. I found a cheap guest house. I paid 250,000 dong for a night, and even though I was absolutely knackered after a full day's drive, we jumped back on Super Dreamy and headed up the Mae Vec Valley in search of a beautiful spot for sunset. And guys, listen carefully. We're gonna find one. I promise you, you're not gonna believe where we end up very shortly.
This section of the road, it needs to come with a warning for people scared of heights. I'm looking down onto roads and villages hundreds and hundreds of meters below me. Steep drop down. Look at the views behind me here. And in front, obviously. It's just absolutely unbelievable. Like, this is one of the most beautiful places in the world, isn't it? Like, northern Thailand was gorgeous, but northern Vietnam is taking the piss. I can see a girl here. I haven't seen a girl for ages. Just see guys, like Vietnamese guys. What? It's like a little house or a castle on the edge of that cliff. Oh! I think I'm gonna throw up. That is so high. Look, let me just quickly turn around and show you. So, yeah. And I'll punch in, but that's a dam. And then there's a town down there, and then look, you can see little, they look like ants, but they're motorbikes. And back that way is Mae Vec, and down this way, there's that castle on the cliff I was talking about, and then we'll keep going, we'll keep seeing what there is to see, but holy moly. Oh, these guys are getting their pictures taken by a professional. Matching helmets. He's got a proper camera. Oh! do not look down. 300, 400 foot drop to your death. And why are there like two little 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds here? Hello? Are you okay? Yeah, don't talk to strangers, good job. They're just sat there on the edge of a cliff. And I don't see mummy or daddy. But this is Vietnam, so I'm sure it's normal. Just look up. They're like sheer rock faces, hundreds and hundreds of meters above. And the clouds racing across. And then you turn to your right and you just see the road snaking and hugging the side of the mountain. You see the buses and the trucks going up. This is the Hi Giang Loop. This is unbelievable. I need to get a new adjective book because I just say unbelievable and next level. But this demands a better thesaurus or intellect. Sometimes I just don't really know how to explain what I'm seeing or how I'm feeling, but I just hope it's coming through the camera on your screen. Hopefully you're watching this on a big screen in 4K, not just like on your phone in the toilet. But either way, I hope you're enjoying this series. I'll never forget this. I'll never forget this. Traffic jam on the Hi Giang Loop. Wow. What the guacamole. Whoa, 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 whoa. Do not fall off to the left here, Paddy. Jeez. Jeez Louise. I can't even look, guys. I can't even look. I can't even look. Oh, oh. Look at this. Firstly, insane. Absolutely insane. Second thing, all these helmets here with the writing on, looks like that's a tour group or maybe a bunch of backpackers. And they're all facing this way, so there must be a U-turn. Oh look, there's people up on this mountain. And they're all foreigners. What the heck? Sorry, lads. Right. That was weird. Just like loads of English blokes randomly on the top of a mountain in the middle of nowhere. All right, mate. This is so beautiful. Should we go up this one? Even thinner. Oh, God. Oh, stupid idea. Keep going. Too late now. Come on, Paddy. Come on, super dreamy. You got this. You got this, kiddo. Don't fall. Whatever you do, don't fall. Just sing a song to make it easier. I hate it when I switch into neutral. Like an idiot. Like an absolute idiot. Especially on a steep hill with no room for errors. And that's where you make an error. Good job, Paddy. feel like our sunset spot is going to be around here because the sun's getting low, and yeah, this is just going to get even more crazy. So let's try and do a cheeky Austin Powers style 900 point turn. Traffic. Okay. Oh, traffic jam here. It's terrible, isn't it, guys? When are they going to sort this out and put some traffic lights? Council have been at it for years, but it's never, you know, never get round to it. Too busy building. Ah! I can't finish that joke, guys, because my heart is in my mouth. Should we go to like where all the foreigners were? Because that must be the spot. But it just kind of was a bit of a buzzkill. Like, what the hell was that? To get there, you know what, we've been driving all day, and then there's a tour group full of backpackers. There's nothing wrong with that. But I kind of wanted a little bit of a solitudinal sunset instead of listening to blokes talking about football or last night's drunken night out in wherever they were, probably. Let's just go meet the backpackers. They probably got the best spot, and in fact I can see people sitting in the sun, basking in the sunlight. Plus this road is proper dodgy, guys. It makes this pass look like a highway. Drive a bus on this. You know what? I'm gonna go up there and sit, find my own little spot, crack open a beer, and we'll finish this video. Right, remember where we parked, guys. All of the group left, so there's just two lads here who are doing the tour on their own, by themselves I should say, and he's just sat there on that bloody thing. No chance, no chance. I'm shaking just being here, look. So let's open a beer. So tomorrow, the Hi Giang Loop, we will start it or complete it. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. But if it's anything like this, we are in for an absolute treat. Good morning, 7 o'clock, bright and early here today on the Hi Giang Loop. At 4:30 in the morning, the sun rose. It's a lot earlier than other parts of Asia. And so I've just gotten up and we've just driven to this monument here, and we're gonna start day 2 of the loop. But there's a very interesting path that we're gonna be taking. We're not gonna take this, which is the actual Hi Giang Loop, for the first hour or two. Going to be doing a much more interesting and probably dangerous route. I'll show you what I'm talking about now. So what you want to look for is this coffee shop. Now don't worry, as always, I'll put the Google Map links in the description. And this is just one of the turning points to get off the Hi Giang Loop and get onto some of the ancient walking paths. Obviously way before
they built these main roads. The local Hmong tribes and the Vietnamese people and the Chinese people would navigate these mountains on simple paths. And this coffee shop even has a little museum inside which documents some of the history behind it. And as you look at this map here, you can see this blue line, this is the Hi Giang Loop. And then this orange line here, that's the walking path. And we're gonna just take a 7-kilometer stretch of it this morning. It says, welcome to the most beautiful walking path in Vietnam. 7,000 meters, so just over 7 kilometers, and it'll spit us back on the Hi Giang Loop. Even though it says it's a walking path, I'm seeing the locals drive up. So let's do it. Let's do a 7-kilometer drive on the sky path, and let's hopefully not fall to our deaths.
Okay, through the Jurassic Park gates we go, and onto the sky path. I'm going to talk to you a little bit as I'm doing this because it's terrifying, and I'm just trying to keep calm. So let me tell you that yesterday we actually came up this section of the pass because I saw up here, I saw a bunch of backpackers and their bikes and their bright yellow helmets, and they stuck out like a sore thumb. A bunch of tourists just randomly on the top of this mountain taking pictures because there's a little jagged rock that sticks out. I love the Hmong tribe ladies. They always have the most colourful cardigans and dresses on. Just look to the left here, guys. I mean, unbelievable, right? You can see the misty mountains up ahead. So hopefully, fingers crossed, for the next 7 kilometers it stays like this. Just beautiful views, wide enough to not worry too much. And we'll just take it slow, obviously. 7 kilometers of this, and then we'll get spat back out to the Hi Giang Loop itself. So it's not too bad at the start of a morning, if you ask me. If you're wondering, by the way, you know, can I do the Hi Giang Loop even if I don't drive a motorcycle? Absolutely you can. The tour that I saw yesterday, there was loads of younger people who've never driven motorbikes who were just on an easy rider tour. So they had a Vietnamese guide driving them and they were sat on the back. A little bit more expensive. I think they paid $180 US for a 3-day tour. And that includes all your food and accommodation and your driver. A little bit cheaper if you drive the bike by yourself. And of course there was a few English lads who'd never driven a motorbike in their life, and this was the time that they thought best to start learning on this. But hopefully they'll get around, you know, safely. I'm sure they will. And we're just working our way through cornfields. Isn't this just the most beautiful part of the world? Some areas are quite skinny. Very skinny. Slow down, Paddy. Up you go, up you go. Up you go. What gear are we in? My muscles are tensed, you know, so it's quite the workout. Already feel a little bit fatigued on my shoulders and my arms because I think I'm just gripping on for dear life, and I need to try and relax into it. Now, I hope this isn't someone's house and this is the end of the street. I've gone the wrong way. I mean, is this it? Hello. Bugger. Been on this 10 minutes, I'm lost already. In a good way. I mean, these people just live up here in isolation. Now, even though I'm experienced on a bike, guys, I've just driven a small Honda like this for the non-stop for the last year and a month, or year and a half, sorry. Look at the view. I still don't consider myself a motorcyclist. I don't consider myself, sorry, very good at driving or knowledgeable of what the actual technique is. Now here's a turning, guys. Do you think it's that way? I don't think it's this way, but let's just have a little look at the top of this. Okay, so now I see steps. This is a walking path that goes all the way along. This is probably like a nature trail. You see how it follows along this thing, and then it looks like there's stairs and stuff. So I don't think it's this way. This is true adventure, isn't it? But I also just want to be sensible. One stupid mistake or a mechanical failure on the brake or whatever, and that's the difference between being alive and being dead. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. If you're wondering, like, oh, but isn't June rainy season? It is rainy season, but it's also known as green season because everything is in bloom. The rice paddies are flooded, which creates amazing reflections, and you know, it doesn't rain every day, all day. Hello. Oh my God, my heart melts when I just see those brightly coloured Hmong tribe villagers in their outfits, just transporting vegetables in their baskets to the next village. It's a simple life, personified, isn't it? I wonder what they make of somebody like me driving around with cameras and talking to myself. Must think I'm mad. But yeah, going back to my point, I think June is a really good time of year to be here. July too. Because you get the drama with the clouds in the sky, everything's in green, everything's green and in bloom. There's no smoke or haze, they're not burning the crops or anything. And it's not super hot. And as long as you pack a rain jacket and you can handle driving in a little bit of rain now and again, you're good to go. I feel like this must be it, guys, because where are we? This is... I'm nervously talking to you because it's concentration mode to a max, and also talking just makes me less scared. It's not that scary, but sometimes when you go around the corner and you see the drop, you're like, oh my God. Yeah, this is actually just gonna S-bend back down to further back towards where I was staying last night. Like, we've gone back on the Hi Giang Loop, we've not gone forward. I just don't have the navigation tools. Like, Google Maps is no good, there's no signposts, and I've gotten lost 3 times in a row. So, because I want to take us to the most northerly point of Vietnam today, and that's going to be our starting point for this whole adventure. The whole point of me being here is to drive from the very north to the very south, and the very north is about an hour away from here. So I'm going to continue down this little S-bend path instead of turning around, because I'm kind of almost there, and then we'll make our way to the northernmost point. Oh, kickstand. I'm sorry I didn't get to show you 7 kilometers worth of this footage and this road, but I mean, it's beautiful anyway. But I just don't really know what I'm doing. I'm completely not used to this terrain.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that rather raw cut together segment. I normally don't show such long sections of me driving without cutting to music, or, you know, just having a 10-minute section of a video. of me just driving one particular road, but it was so scenic and so thrilling that when I was editing that footage, I thought you guys would enjoy. I hope you enjoyed that rather unedited section of the Sky Pass. And I'm sorry I didn't get to share the entire pass. I'm sure that I probably missed the best parts of it. But like I said, I just didn't have the navigation tools to really get around in one piece. And so I made my way back onto the Hi Giang Loop, and I drove for about 2 hours towards the northernmost point of Vietnam, on the border of China, where they have this beautiful flagpole atop a mountain. This would be the starting point of our adventure. From this point on, it's all south. But let me show you around the flagpole because it was really interesting.
Welcome to the Long Chu flagpole, aka the marker for the northernmost point of Vietnam. Right there is China, and all behind us is Vietnam. And so this is the starting point. We can officially say we've started now our challenge to go from the northernmost point, right here at the very top of this ginormous flagpole, huge flag by the way, all the way to the southernmost point, which is somewhere past Saigon and the Mekong Delta. I'm not quite sure where it is, but it's very far away, and it will take us, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 weeks from now to get there. Make sure I don't drop you. Woo! You wanna see how high it is? Pretty high. Let me grab this flag and we'll touch it after the ladies.
Okay.
All right. Can you just hold this for me?
Okay.
Adventure starts now. Thank you. Woo, okay, adventure starts now. If you're like episode 5 or 6 into this adventure series and you're thinking, Paddy, you've already started. Technically we've already started, but the geographical challenge starts now.
What do we have here? A local selfie spot by the look of it. All the locals have got their gorgeous outfits on, and the girls have got lipstick on and makeup. It's very cute. And the Vietnamese tourists here. Instagram game is strong. And the road twists and turns through epic valleys as per usual. These people are working the land in every corner, but for some reason here it's kind of like a human zoo. Look, Mummy! It's a local person. Look at that up there. I will never ever forget how beautiful the Hi Giang Loop is. Ever.
Okay, we've made it to this town here. And what a beautiful place. I've checked into a place called Bong Bang Guest House because when I was talking to the backpackers yesterday, having a few beers, this is where they were staying the previous night, and they said it was really good atmosphere, big crowd, big group of tour group backpackers on the Hi Giang Loop. And so I'm kind of hacking that. Instead of paying money to go on the tour, I'm just staying here, and hopefully a big group of people will come in tonight or this afternoon.
Good morning everybody, welcome back to the Hi Giang Loop. We're just leaving one of the best hostels I've stayed in a bloody long time. It's called Bong Bang Hostel. I had a private room, beautiful room, very comfortable bed, and they even had fresh roses in a vase, and the room smelled incredible. And the place was packed, you know, full of backpackers on a tour, backpackers traveling in solo, duos, trios, every kind of group. And it was just fantastic. Oh, my new addition to the bike here, the model of the northernmost point tower that we went to in the previous video is now flapping in the wind. I super glued it to the front of the Super Dreamy. Woo! What a beautiful day on the Hi Giang Loop, baby. Wow. Absolutely epic.
Yes, what can be better than being on the Hi Giang Loop, driving your little motorbike, blue skies, green luscious mountains, and just absolutely jaw-droppingly beautiful scenes in every direction on every turn. I'm telling you, when you're driving these roads, you'll feel like life just cannot get any better than this. And it was really nice to see lots of other backpackers on their own Hi Giang Loop tours. As you can see, I'm passing one of the many tour groups. There's a leader at the front with a big Vietnamese flag, and they all follow along. They go at a slower pace, and the ones who are too afraid to drive alone have a easy rider, basically a Vietnamese local guide who drives it for them. These types of tours are really easy to organize back in Hanoi or even in Hi Giang. Just go to one of the many backpacker hostels and you'll be able to sort one out dead easy. But because we were going solo, we could just go where we wanted, whenever we wanted, and the first place on our list today is a beautiful cave somewhere up in a random village, and the road to get here, well, as usual, it's spectacular. Who are coming from Hi Giang clockwise told me that I had to stop at this cave, and the drive to get to the cave has been, as usual, absolutely beautiful. But we've come off the Hi Giang Loop and we're back on one of these little country roads. I think it's about 5 kilometers all the way to the cave, and then we'll explore. I've seen so many backpackers on, you know, old Hondas driving the Hi Giang Loop. This is a very popular route. I've probably seen 50 people today. They'll be on their first day's ride from Hi Giang going around, but we're kind of almost finished. The Hi Giang Loop, that is. Not our tour of Vietnam. We've only just begun. After Hi Giang, we're going to Sapa, baby. But isn't this just
gorgeous. These alpine trees give it a very alpine, almost European Alps type of a vibe. Bugger. How am I gonna get past this dude? Wow. Even the locals taking a picture here. It's nice that they're still blown away by these views, even though they live in this area. I mean, you would get used to it, wouldn't you, eventually, but... Okay, let's pick up at the cave. Okay, we made it to the little village at the start of the trail to the cave. I thought we could just drive to the cave because I'm lazy, but no, 1.2 kilometer walk. And I've left my backpack with these lovely, colourful Hmong tribe ladies who are selling cold drinks. And they seem trustworthy, and they charge you 5,000 to park your bike. It looks like there's a couple of other people here. There's Super Dreamy. So let's go. Let's get our walking shoes on and let's head towards this cave. I'm wearing jeans and I think it's going to be sweaty. So I've got some water too. Oh, look up, you can see the water droplets.
Yeah.
Oh, it's spooky.
If you've been subscribed to this channel since we were in Thailand, you'll know I've visited many caves, and this one easily ranks in one of the best caves I've ever been to in my life. Apart from being incredibly cheap, the lighting inside is done in just the perfect way. Not too tacky and not too much, but not too dark and not too scary.
Into the depths of hell we go.
But don't you think it looks like the entrance to a roller coaster in like Thor Park or something?
And because I'd met these two female backpackers who had reached the cave at the exact same time as me, it made the whole experience a little less spooky. Because inside, as you'll see, things get incredibly intense.
Keep going.
The first thing you'll notice, and one of the best parts about coming into the cave after a long sweaty walk, is just the temperature of the cave. It feels like you're in a 7-Eleven. It's cool, it's so fresh, and it's such a relief from the humid outside temperature. We were absolutely blown away on every turn. We couldn't actually believe our eyes, and the whole time we were walking around this cave, we kept saying that this is one of the best caves we'd ever been to. If you're thinking, is the half-an-hour trail worth it? Absolutely. Not only is the view outside absolutely stunning, and the man who sells you the ticket has a fridge full of cold beers and water, but inside, like I said, it is absolutely freaking insane. Now, towards the end of the experience, there was a very claustrophobic, shorter area. The girls managed to get through, but I have a slight fear of being squashed to death. So the girls went on without me, and I just kind of, well, I bottled it.
Oh, you guys are crazy!
Now, we'd had the cave to ourselves, but just at the last moment, a big group of people came into the cave as we were leaving, and that's when we saw a giant snake. Now, not only was this snake absolutely beautiful in my opinion, but the local people who were part of the tour started chanting and praying to it, because apparently this snake has a spiritual importance to the local hill tribes.
Maybe it's like
What is happening?
It was an incredible experience from start to finish, so if you are thinking about doing this cave, I hope I did it justice. Come and see it. Just be prepared to sweat your bollocks off.
Okay, we made it to the hostel here in Hi Giang. Hi Giang Hostel, very original name. 300 for a private room, so a couple of nights here, but I'm gonna dump my stuff and let's go jump in that waterfall. It's only 5 k's away from here. So delicious. Okay, we've made it to the waterfall, and it's been not just a pleasurable drive today, but it's been an incredible few days doing the loop. Now the waterfall apparently is upstream a little bit, but in the stream we've got some buffaloes having a little bath. I think I saw your mates running away from your owner about 5 minutes ago. This is where we're going to finish our Ha Giang Loop experience. Upstream from the buffaloes, because you don't want to get buffalo shit on your face. I'm going to put you down here and I'm going to go swim. They say the most important meal of the day is breakfast, and in Vietnam that is absolutely the case, because sadly, as I've been driving around Vietnam, finding and pulling over to a random lunch spot and having a delicious, nutritious lunch is actually really hard. There's not as much food in Vietnam as there is in other countries in Southeast Asia. So if you can find a good breakfast place, you've got to fuel up. So I've gone for a omelette banh mi. Pair that with a delicious Vietnamese coffee with milk, extremely sweet and extremely delicious. And because I really do want to fuel up, and I'm not sure if we're going to get a good lunch spot, banana pancakes with chocolate sauce. Actually, the bananas here are sauteed. And no, I'm okay, love. I'm alright. I'm okay, thanks. Of course, because we're in Disneyland, sorry, we're in Sapa, even having breakfast on your own inside of a restaurant, you still get touted by the tribes people trying to sell you stuff. Just looking at the map, we're going to be trying to reach a town called Son La today, and it's about 215 kilometers. We're going to be driving around Fancy Pan, the tallest mountain, driving in the northwest of the country. Should be beautiful, and this will be just day one on our way to Ninh Binh. But first up, it's time to fuel up.
Picked a good day to leave Sapa. Absolute miserable weather. Cold, fine drizzle. Very reminiscent to a Sunday morning in Newcastle upon Tyne, waiting for a bus to go into the Toon. This is what Sapa looks like at 8:30 in the morning. Well, the rainy mountains behind us, and it is a beautiful day. Wow, what a difference an hour makes. I'd say this is one of the most beautiful parts of Vietnam we've seen so far. The backside of Sapa, northwest, heading to Son La. You can still see the highest peaks are still in that rain drizzle cloud way up there. Down here it's luscious and green. I've taken off my waterproof clothing, and this is primo. Excuse me. Thank you. So I'm just enjoying these country roads. Go around this bridge. I was admiring the views, and then look, I found a local watering hole. They've even put a little red Vietnamese flag on the rock in the middle, and all the kids are swimming. Oh my God, this looks so amazing. Look at this. Oh, this is steep. Oi! Just playing in the mud. That looks like the most fun I've ever seen in my entire life. If I was an 8-year-old kid, oh, they're out there swimming to the rock. This is amazing! All right, these boys are living the dream. Covered in mud and swimming here in this watering hole. I mean, how unbelievable is this? Playing in mud on a hot sunny day, no school, with your best mates. Yeah, very good. And the big boys are up on the rock, causing mischief. And someone was even like smart enough to put a Vietnamese flag on that rock. You guys have the best life. Oh, I really want to get in there, but I'm gonna get soaking wet and muddy, and I'm not 8 years old, and obviously I had to pull over and show you this. You know, we've been driving past rice paddies, buffaloes, ducks, chickens, some amazing scenes ever since we left Sapa, northwest Vietnam. Woo! Right, let's hit the road, Jack. Bye! Bye-bye! Bye-bye! That's a big dam. It's pissing down again. But look at this view. Da, 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 da. Woo! Not bad. Not bad at all. So here's the thing about driving in northwestern Vietnam. Up in these parts, long gone is the busy traffic and group tours, buses and trucks of the Hi Giang Loop and other areas, and in their place is just you, your bike, the open road, and beautiful moments passing you by on almost every turn. I think I had one of the longest lasting smiles I've ever had, almost the whole day. As I would turn, I would see something beautiful, and I would turn again and I would see something beautiful. Little moments in time, like this small family of farmers who have the most ridiculous real estate I've ever seen in terms of a rice paddy field, a house made of wood, and this view. I mean, it's really unbelievable. And just beautiful moments on every turn. So, you know, you see a mother cow licking and cleaning its calf. You see chickens and ducks waddling across the road to the nearest watering hole. You see a big brother teaching his sibling how to ride a bike. You see a farmer with his two daughters on each lap driving a tractor through the countryside. Just little beautiful moments littered on every turn that just fill your heart with joy. And the roads in northwest Vietnam, and I'm not just saying this, are my favorite because it's, like I said, not touristy, it's just you and the open road, and you get the privilege and the opportunity to witness these people just living their best lives. They're happy, you're happy. It's just a beautiful part of the world with beautiful moments on every turn. This is how beautiful this part of Vietnam is. According to Google Maps, this is just a little bridge over a thin river, but in reality, this is, I mean, this looks like Khao Sok National Park. And in northwestern Vietnam, it's not even worth putting on Google Maps, apparently. No one thought to say, oh, this is the most beautiful place on planet Earth. They just were like, ah, nah, that's just a normal little bridge in northern western Vietnam. There's no need to get that excited about absolute insanity. Just crack on as normal, lads. Nothing to see here. I mean, anywhere else in the world, this would probably be the most beautiful part of the country, but in northwestern Vietnam, it's just like, yeah. I am knackered, but we're nearly there. We're nearly in Son Lam. But I think we've saved the craziest, most amazing thing till last. For day one, that is. Anyway, you see behind me, that's a cave. Now, we've seen millions of beautiful mountains with caves inside along the roads today, but this one's a little bit different because apparently you can drive through this cave, and I'm not joking. I've flown the drone just to check, and this muddy path here going across this football pitch, it seems to go up, and then I flew the drone and you can see that there's a road that goes into the cave, and I'm not joking. I think it's a shortcut to the next village. So you can go around, or you can go through the cave. So should we go through the cave? Let's give people a warning. Let's get into the right gear. My favorite thing to do apparently is to switch to neutral and then roll down the hill. Oh, only in Vietnam can you take a shortcut through a bloody cave. Oi, oi! That means we're coming through. Oh my God, this is actually a cave and this is actually the road. Oh my God. This is actually a thing. Wow. We're going into a cave. A shortcut to the next village. Through a cave. Oi. Oh, I can hear bats already. Can you hear them? Oh. I do not have the tires for this. This is mental. This is mental. This is the craziest thing I've ever done on a little bike, for sure. I've crossed little rivers. I've put it onto boats and things, and we've gotten over to tropical islands. But driving through a cave. Should we turn off the lights and see how dark it gets? You ready? Oops. Oh, it's completely pitch black, obviously. Feels like I've been in this cave forever. Oh, there's someone behind me? Oh, in front of me? Okay, good. Hello. And there's someone coming behind. This is freaking insane. That Vietnamese guy looked at me like, what the frick is a foreigner doing in here? Oh my God, the traffic in here today. Sorry. Oh, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. That guy's just coming out the cave like, yeah, what's the matter, mate? It's pretty normal, isn't it? It's a pretty normal kind of thing. Okay, welcome to Son La. Take a look ahead. You see all the ladies here? Hello. They all have their hair in a bob, which I don't know if it's a significant thing to do with this area. Is this part of a tribe here? And even when they're driving, like, they keep their hair in a bob on the top of their head, and they put the helmets on, and the helmets don't even fit on their heads, and they just put them on for show. So I've never seen that before. Super interesting. Maybe it's part of their belief system, their religion. Maybe it's the fashion here in the tribes in the northwest. Maybe they're just massive Amy Winehouse fans. Let's find a hotel. Let's have a beer. And hopefully some boon cha, which is a delicious meal that you can get quite often up here in northern Vietnam. Okay, what are the chances? Cheap guest house or hotel that I found on Google Maps, and across the street is a restaurant called Boon Cha. So let's check in, let's find a room, and let's get some Boon Cha. Wow, Bun Cha is served. But before Bun Cha, a well-deserved beer. You know, it was only 220 kilometers today, but
Left at 9. It's now 6:30. That's how long it takes to drive 220 kilometers in the northwest of Vietnam whilst you're trying to make a YouTube video. Oh, this is massive and hot. Let me show you. This is bun cha. It was made famous when Anthony Bourdain ate with Barack Obama in Hanoi. And I've never seen it served like this, so maybe this is a bit of a strange variation. But normally you're supposed to get grilled pork neck meat, vegetables in like a sweet and sour broth, and then rice noodles on the side. Well, that's what I was getting in Sapa. But this one has the rice noodles inside, and the grilled pork is almost like a beef jerky here. And tastes a bit like fish for some reason. I think this is a bad example. I'll show you a bun cha somewhere else another day. That was day 1. Let's pick up tomorrow on day 2. Bit of a nightmare this morning. I got a flat tire again, but it wasn't really my fault. So I had a bit of a flat rear tire, and I just thought I needed some extra air. I thought that I must have, you know, driven it quite a bit, and it needed a little bit of a top up. But no, the guy who checked it said, "No, mate, you've got a pin stuck in your tube." So we pulled it out, replaced it in a tube, and we're good to go. There's a cute little puppy at the mechanic shop as well, so that was good. And then I've driven 120 kilometers south, and I've come here to the world's longest glass bridge. It was recently completed a couple of months ago as a celebration of engineering and Vietnam reopening after COVID. There's nobody here, and I've got mixed reviews of this place. So firstly, it's absolutely gorgeous. You know, the scenery, the mountains, it's a beautiful day. What's not to like? The second thing I like is the engineering aspect of it. You know, it's got these big, thick pylon cables that go up, and it's suspended over a huge valley, and you can look right down, obviously it's glass, to the valley below and the river going through. But it's incredibly expensive. It's 650,000 Vietnamese dong, which is about $30, which, you know, $30, that can get you into a theme park for the day. And you can see that they've just blown this valley up with dynamite to build this. So it's a little bit environmentally upsetting in that sense, but it does kind of blend in. And the worst part is they've got speakers on each of the top of the suspension parts. You can tell I'm an engineer. And they're blasting Justin Bieber, Dojo Cat, even Blue, you know, One Love for the Mother's Pride. And that's not the worst part, is because that's actually a quite good song, but they're a little bit delayed, so that one is playing about 2 seconds ahead of that one. So when you're in the middle here, you're getting that song, the same song, but 3 seconds apart from each other, which is infuriating. And in the middle of the nature, which is what they're trying to go for, a bridge in nature, right? It's not very in touch. I can't even hear the river or the birds. All I can hear is rubbish pop music played at different speeds and different parts of the song. So if you're coming past this area, come and check it out, bring your wallet and tick it off the list. But it's beautiful, but it's a bit naff.
And then we made our way down some more of the beautiful northwestern countryside into a place called Mai Chau. This place is gorgeous. The locals are working on the rice paddy fields. It's just very special. In fact, this whole part of the world is just littered, as we talked earlier, with special moments.
Okay, so speaking of special moments, I think we're in for a special moment right now, because I've just driven 70 kilometers into this town for the reason to eat this dish. Because when you get recommendations from friends and you ask for recommendations for the entire country of Vietnam because they've traveled the entire country of Vietnam, and one of the only 2 pins they suggested was a random restaurant in the middle of this countryside town, and it said, eat the lemongrass chicken here. I'm going to listen to that advice, so that's why we've come here. So this is the grilled chicken with lemongrass and chili, and you can see there's quite a healthy amount on there. And there's also a really interesting looking salad, which...
Can I come in?
She's here. She's just told me that she makes YouTube videos, and she showed me her channel. She makes about 10 videos a day. Don't you?
Yeah.
So this is the salad.
You see the salads have banana flour, with carrots, cucumber. I forget cucumber in here. And some papaya, carrots. And for...
This is vegan, right?
Yeah, vegan.
You can tell because the vegetables are so raw and crunchy. That's chicken and the banana flour salad. Tomorrow I'm going to try to drive to Ninh Bình. Yeah. But I'm going to stay here today because there's lots of rice paddy fields in this town, and I think in the afternoon it'd be really nice to go for a nice walk. And tomorrow, I think she wants to do a collaboration, right? You want to make a video together tomorrow?
Yeah.
We'll put that on her channel. I'll link it below, but we'll do that tomorrow. I'm gonna rest today. It was a long drive. What is it now? 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So even though I didn't really stop as much as I did on day one, it was still a long drive to get here. And then tomorrow we'll push to Ninh Bình. Mind your head. You know, if you don't have time to go visit Sapa, or you don't really want to do the Hi Giang Loop, but you still want to get a taste for northern Vietnam, just come here. It's 150 something kilometers away from Hanoi, and you can get the real taste of northern Vietnam. It's got the drama, it's got the mountains, it's got the rural life, and it's got the special moments. We're starting early today, so excuse the hair. 5 o'clock this morning, left the hostel and I've come to the famous viewpoint. Actually, most people come here for sunset. Everybody at my hostel comes for sunset. So I thought I'd come for sunrise, so we can have a little bit of peace and quiet. And already, there's goats up on the hill there. Can you hear them? They're all around me, but they're actually feeding up on the dangerous, raggedy cliff edge. Now, apparently it's 500 steps to the top, and it's got a gorgeous view of the surrounding Nim Bin Tam Hock area. They say 500 steps, and I've seen people struggle to get up there, but looks fine. This is beautiful, like, look at the view here. But let's get up to the top and let's get a real vibe. And you know, I normally like to put the camera down, walk past it, then walk back down, pick the camera up, and then in the editing room make it look like I didn't do that because it's immersive. But I can't be bothered to do that today. Let's just get up there. So this was the first, what, 30 steps? Let me just snap my fingers and I'll see you at the top. And we're here. It was easy. It was easy. It was 10, maybe 15 minutes max. And a little bit sweaty, obviously. Sun's come up now. You keep going all the way. There's lots of little viewpoints if you want to stop, but just keep going, get to the top. It's not difficult. And when you do get up here, come kiss the dragon and admire the views because it's absolutely beautiful. To be fair, they've done a fantastic job on the staircase, the gardening, the landscaping, the way that they've created these sculptures and little pagodas. It all blends in perfectly with the grey limestone and the views are incredible. Come here early. Come here as early as you can because I heard this place gets packed at sunset. Well, everybody at my hostel comes here at sunset anyway. I'll show you some more of this beautiful surroundings. I'll take you to my hostel now because they do delicious breakfast tacos and there's a good vibe there. The temple looks like it's closed. They've got these wooden doors. You can squeeze through these little gaps, but you know, it's a place of worship and I don't want to go in the wrong building at the wrong time, so I'll just leave it. It's quite pretty. There's some really scary dogs here as well. Thankfully they're in cages. This is nice. Isn't it cool how it blends in with the foundations and the rocks here? That's the best thing about this part of Vietnam, Ninh Binh, this morning and today, is it's all blending in. The concrete starts to have that moss and mold on it,
and it seems to sort of blend in real nice. I see a staircase in that direction. Look at the tile work. Even the tiles have decoration on them, handmade. That's really pretty. Let's take 6 steps more. 1, 2, 3. Oi! Oh, there's a thing in here. Let me quickly show you. Oh, I don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it. A beautiful statue. There's also a big frog. Hello, Mr. Frog. How are you? What are you doing? Did you pay for parking? Oh! Get off! Those bats are big, man. I thought they were going for me. Let me quickly go back in and quickly show you. You see? Oh, there's so many bats. Oh! 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 It had really cool Chinese writing on the cave walls, and it's super cool, but super terrifying. And I'll just keep going. I don't know where we're going, but we're going this way. There's a little wooden shrine with a statue inside, some lovely incense burning, and this is the top. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Whew, heart's racing. And then I'm actually going to chill out for the rest of the day because I'm taking it easy, trying to rest my body because we've been driving motorcycles around northern Vietnam for about 3 weeks non-stop, and it's important to take some time to rest your brain and your back and your ass. So Ninh Binh's been good, and that hostel's been great because the pool, the beer, getting to know people from Ireland, Australia, America, connecting with people, it's really fun. So I'll do that again today, and then in the afternoon we'll cut to going on the boat trip. I'll take you on that, and then we're going to leave Ninh Binh. Been here 3 days actually, just chilling out, and today I thought I'd share with you the viewpoint, this place, and the star of the show, which is coming now, the afternoon boat tour. Xin chào. That means hello. It doesn't mean sit down. It's a lot cheaper if you do it with a group of people. And a lot of the people in my hostel did it this morning. But I kind of want to just be alone and just listen to the sound of the bugs and this gentleman oaring away.
Oh, you got a spiritual one.
Why do backpackers insist on playing music in really natural, quiet, peaceful places? Like the last time that happened was at Maya Bay. Some Russian bloke turned up with a massive speaker blasting Russian hip-hop at Maya Bay at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Where from?
I come from England. I got my own camera, babe. I got this one. I'm good, I'm good.
Ah, this is nice and peaceful. Just me and old mate here. We've gone ahead of the backpackers with the noisy speakers playing music. Thank God. And we are now just underneath the viewpoint from earlier on in the video. And when we were looking down here, now we're looking up to the thing. You can still hear the music blasting. We're not far enough away yet. Why do people play music on speakers when they're out and about in nature? So he's just told me that this is the location for one of the scenes in the King Kong movie. And now I'm remembering the movie. I think I remember this is the part where he kind of walked around the corner and revealed himself. I knew they filmed it in Vietnam, but I thought they did that in Halong Bay, but no, apparently it's here.
King Kong.
Exactly, King Kong.
Cái tay này rất là phức tạp. Với đấy mấy lão, 3 lão à. Nhất mà là cái kỷ niệm nhất là Z. Cái thứ hai là khi mà làm xong thì lúc mà tắm rửa thì lại càng khổ nữa.
On our way back, the drinks ladies have finished work. We're the last people leaving, and he's just pointed up at the top of the cliff. I can see some goats, so I'm going to quickly fly the drone up and say hello. Good spot.
Yeah.
Okay, Nimbin, it's been a pleasure. I give you a solid 8 out of 10. Nice place, super beautiful, a little bit touristy, but a great hostel here, and it was nice to make some new friends and share with you some of the beautiful areas in this gorgeous little part of Vietnam. Now, you might be thinking, Paddy, are we heading south now towards the Ho Chi Minh Trail and the coast? Because you've done the north and now you're below Hanoi and you're in Ninh Binh heading south, right? No. I'm going back up north, northwest towards Cat Ba Island and Halong Bay.
Okay, so this is either going to be one of the best things I've ever done, or it's going to be a complete disaster. I've booked a cruise around the world-famous UNESCO heritage site Halong Bay, one of the most incredible landscapes on planet Earth, and I've booked onto a luxury cruise, and it was super last minute, it was super expensive, and I had no idea what boat I was booking or what room I was getting. It was just like a panic to get on a boat tour today. This is expensive, and I have no idea what kind of tour I'm actually booked onto.
Okay, so let's begin the cruise by waiting for our ride. So in this bay, this is where all the cruise ships come in to pick up and drop off the guests. Now, apparently, our cruise is too big to come all the way back, and so a bunch of boats picked us up and took me and 20 or 30 other guests to the boat, which was moored inside Halong Bay itself. The reason why I booked it super last minute was
I thought it'd be really easy to find a tour company, find a cruise company and book a ticket, but no, they're all based in Hanoi and they're all based online.
So the night before, I was frantically trying to get onto a cruise, but they were all fully booked, and thankfully someone at 11:30 at night got me on a cruise last minute. I paid $300 for a one-night cruise, inclusive of all your food. The only thing you have to pay for is alcoholic beverages. I didn't see any pictures of the boats. I had no idea what cruise I was going on. All I knew was I'd paid $300 and we were on our way to find our boat.
Welcome on board.
Thanks. So the first thing we had was a buffet lunch on arrival. Lots of sweets and treats available, and I was super excited. I was starving at this point. I have to say, by the way, that this buffet lunch was one of the best meals of the entire experience. Maybe even my favorite. Roasted oysters, delicious fresh Vietnamese salad rolls, fresh fish curries. It was absolutely delicious, guys. Incredible. Plus, they have a really good wine menu. So I got myself a nice glass of Chardonnay, darling. I was really trying to blend in and look fancy. I'd put my only buttoned collared shirt on. So I was trying to blend in with all these fancy pants. And the food, the wine, absolutely spot on. And you can just watch the other cruise ships sailing away around the bay. It was absolutely amazing. Delicious fruits as well. A couple of naughty slices of chocolate cake, don't tell anybody. I love white guava, by the way. This fruit here, it's delicious. And so after some fruits and some wine and some delicious seafood and a couple of cheeky little slices of cake, it's time to go check out our room. Wow. Ooh! There's a bathtub with a view. This is quite posh, isn't it? I'm glad it is, actually, because it was a bloody fortune. Oh, this is gonna be good. Quickly check the bed. That's the softest bed of the trip so far. Let's check the pillow. Yep. And it's got a little balcony. Lovely jubbly. And we just cruise around. There are a lot of other cruise ships here. I don't know how I ended up with this one. This one seems really nice. Although they all look really nice, to be fair. And we get to cruise around Halong Bay for the next, what, day and a half. Right then, let's have a tour of the boat. Now, this company is called Orchid Cruises, and don't worry,
I'll have the link in the description if you want to book this same company, but I'll also put the link to the website that you can buy and have a look at all the different types of companies that are cruising around Halong Bay. There's plenty. So our one comes with a hot tub on the top, on the front, and there's a little veranda here with plants and things, and it gives you great views of the bay as you cruise along. It's a very quiet vessel as well, which is nice. And you can see all the other cruise ships. What's funny actually is we all kind of just go to the same place, but you'll see that later. Gorgeous views as I discussed. On the top there's a mini bar, like a cocktail place, and some place to sunbathe and relax, read your book, or you'll listen to your audio book and just absorb the views as usual. Fantastic vessel, absolutely gorgeous. And I think we'd struck gold, actually. There's only 15 rooms in the boat, so you don't feel like it's packed. In fact, everybody on the vessel had their own space. We never felt like we were on top of each other, but it was also compact enough to easily talk to people, make friends, and just have a good old chin wag. There's some sort of kayaking activity, there's a swimming activity, there's a cooking class, there's Tai Chi, I think you get a spa treatment involved, lots of things to do if you want to. But half of me just wants to have a glass of wine and just absorb the views. I'm not really bothered about kayaking, if I'm honest. I'll definitely go for a swim. My first ever YouTube video was uploaded here in Halong Bay, and I'll show you in a second, but I had a little point and shoot camera, and I would upload little 10-second clips here and there to YouTube back in 2008. And me and Dave took a Halong Bay cruise, but it was a lot different to this. And yeah, here's the clip. Hi everyone, sorry I haven't emailed for ages, but me and Dave have been really busy going all over the place. Say hi, Dave. Hi guys. And you might be wondering where we are at the minute. We're in Vietnam and it's amazing. The rooms are a bit basic, as you can see it's a bit small, but there is a reason for this, and that is because we are on HMS Victory, and I'm just going to go for a shower. Good morning, Vietnam! So, low quality, but great times. And back then, I don't think you could do luxury cruises, and now if you look around, everyone's on a luxury cruise. I don't even know how to do a cheap cruise now. I mean, I couldn't find it online. I know there's Hanoi Central Backpackers, where we stayed in Hanoi the first night, or the first few days anyway. They did a tour, and it's based out of Cat Bar Island, so we might do that. We might do that next. This is fun.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is announcement from the captain cabin. In about 10 more minutes, we are visiting Duck and Bright Cape with the option for you going kayaking or bamboo boat. If you want to join us, please go down the reception area in about 10 more minutes. Thank you for listening.
So everybody seemingly from the boat has gone on the kayaking tour, but you know what? I drive a uncomfortable motorbike for a living, so kayaking on a plastic kayak in the heat sounds uncomfortable, and I have enough adventure on a daily basis as it is, so I have a much better idea. Now we have the whole boat to ourselves, cheeky jacuzzi, lovely sunny day, and a very rare cold beer. They have a cocktail bar on the terrace upstairs. So I've ordered a
lime frozen daiquiri. Thing is, it's a happy hour thing, so I ordered one and they gave me two. Oh, that's very refreshing. And everyone's just living their best life. This is like a billionaire simulator. You've got people in the hot tub having cocktails, and everyone else just walking around, swimming around, living their best life. And if you look around, we're in this bay with a bunch of other boats, and everyone's just having the time of their life. This is perfect, and the weather is fantastic. So I'll just soak up this billionaire simulator. This is what it must be like to have your own massive yacht. Lovely jubbly.
Yes, absolutely splendid. I really think that this $300 price tag was worth it. You do get to live like a king. The room was incredible. The boat is just perfect, and the scenery is out of this world. Of course, it would be nice if you could do it on a budget. There are other options. You can go to a hostel and go on a backpacker version, but I would imagine with it being a younger crowd, there'd be a lot more booze involved, probably a lot of speakers playing questionable music in the beautiful nature. So I don't know, maybe I'm just getting old, but this was the perfect mix between having a drink but enjoying the incredible scenes. That evening, shortly after, as the sun was setting, the host of the boat, a lovely lady, she put on a little cooking show. She showed people how to make Vietnamese spring rolls, and then anybody who wanted to got a chance to roll some up, and we got to eat them, which was nice. 2-for-1 cocktails for a couple of hours as well, which was nice. And then it was time for dinner. It was an a la carte menu. I had a delicious fish dish, some prawns as well. It was actually 3 or 4 dishes and some wine, and I sat with some teachers from Colorado in America, and I got to crack heads about teaching there, and that was really cool. And then I had a nice long hot bath, listening to some tunes, and a great night's sleep. The next day when I awoke, there was a Tai Chi lesson on the deck at sunrise, followed by a kayaking tour, followed by a bike ride, and I went on none of them. I just enjoyed breakfast, a coffee, peace and quiet on the deck, watching the world go by, watching the sunrise, and just kind of minding my own business. As I said before, I kind of live an adventurous life as it is, and I didn't need to go on a kayaking tour, I didn't need to go for a bike ride to feel like I was getting my money's worth. I actually felt like the best part of this experience was resting my back, resting my ass. I've been on the bike 3.5 weeks, guys, so this was much needed. I didn't fancy doing all the adventurous stuff. We live in an adventurous life as it is, so for me this was the perfect experience. And we came back to Halong City around about 2 o'clock. I got on my bike and I went to the ferry, and I caught the ferry to Cat Ba Island. Welcome to Cat Ba. We're here. Rained the whole way. Nice to meet you guys. Have a great trip. But it's clearing up a little bit. If you look to the left, it looks like it might be a nice afternoon. Fingers crossed. Now, I had a look on Google Maps. Cat Ba isn't that big. It's about half an hour from this side to the other side, where I think most of the hotels, guest houses and things are. Even on a rainy, stormy day, Vietnam just takes your breath away. Take my breath away, away, oh yeah. Don't quit your day job, Paddy. Okay, it's time to leave the Bay Area and head up into the national park. It took me about 30 minutes to drive across Cat Ba through the national park, and even on a rainy, stormy day, it was absolutely beautiful. Cat Ba is very popular with Vietnamese tourists, especially on the weekend. Everybody from Hanoi and the local cities in the north come here for a nice island getaway.
And so just outside the main town, I found a cheap guest house and I booked in for a night. And after I unpacked and changed into some dry clothes, I went out to explore the town and the beach side. And I was very surprised at what I found. Guys, I do not have the energy for this place. This is Cat Ba Island. I don't know what to expect actually, but there's a giant city and I've just driven along the promenade and there's music banging. The Vietnamese are here to party. They will not be stopped. This weather has not put off anyone. They are all shirtless, covered in sand. They're swimming in the beaches. There's like 4 or 5 beaches I've driven past. It's the weekend and the Vietnamese don't care. They're having a party. I definitely don't have the energy to go out and party with them tonight. I'm going to be boring, grab some dinner, have an early night because I'm knackered. Halong Bay tour was really relaxing and for some reason it's wiped me out. So I'll show you a couple of mad scenes from this city here and then I'm gonna pick this up tomorrow. Good morning. Well, it's not really a good morning actually. So, I didn't sleep very well. There's the most massive construction site all around the city of Cat Ba. It looks like they're building some sort of mega city. And they were working all night, banging away, clattering away, digging holes, causing an absolute racket. So I didn't get a good night's sleep. I woke up this morning, I've come back into town to look for breakfast. I mean, it's 8:30 and this town is just overrun with weekenders, holidayers, Vietnamese locals because, you know, it's Saturday now and it's the school holidays. And, you know, I have to check out my hotel and I've looked online, everything's booked. I went to go book on a tour, like a boat tour. They're all booked. I waited 20 minutes for a coffee. The place is kind of trashed. There's a lot of trash everywhere. And I've driven past a few of the beaches. They look quite nice. Lots of people swimming and stuff, but the water doesn't look that inviting. And long story short, I'm gonna leave Cat Ba today. Right, we're off. We're leaving Cat Ba. We're getting on the car ferry on the other side of the island this time. Just a short trip to the mainland. Look, I feel bad, you know, sometimes you're supposed to give a place a second chance, but I didn't vibe with it yesterday when I arrived and I didn't vibe with it this morning. And you might really like Cat Ba on a different day, when it's less busy, when the weather's a bit better. I have a license. Yeah. What? I'm just saying, go promoting riding motorbike without. Yeah, well, I have a license. Yeah. All right, we're here. Where's my? A lot of responsibility. There's my driving license.
Sorry? No, I know you have a driving license. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people out here feel like having no license at all. And I saw so many.
Well, that's not me, is it?
No.
So.
Just put that on the block somehow.
Yeah, don't drive without license. I think it goes without saying.
What are you on?
I'm a YouTuber.
Huh?
I have a YouTube channel.
Which is?
Paddy Doyle.
You have Instagram?
Yeah, Paddy Doyle Official. DOYLE. There we go.
You? Cool.
That's me.
Good work. Beautiful.
Thanks. Where do you come from?
I'm a Hanoian.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I love Hanoi.
It's a beautiful place.
Yeah.
You're Australian.
English. Look at this. Is this like a fake Ferrari? What is this? Oh, it's an Alfa Romeo. Looks like a knockoff Ferrari California. That was an interesting guy. And I think he has some beef with travel vloggers or YouTubers promoting driving around Vietnam without a license, which is obviously fair enough. But you know, I have a license and my audience are adults, so I'm pretty sure they can make their own smart adult decisions, but I get his concern. Anyway, we're gonna drive to Hai Phong. It's a town or a small city not far from here. We've got to cross a ginormous bridge, 40 kilometers. It's a short drive. We'll stay in this area for a day. Heard some good things about Hai Phong. It's on my list of things to visit from you guys. You guys always leave me great recommendations. Someone said Hai Phong is a really non-touristy, quaint little city with lots of good food. And that's what I'm after. I've had no breakfast this morning. My little guest house, I asked for breakfast and they said, no, 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 no. And I said, okay, bye, bye, bye. Never mind. Not everywhere is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I think that's an important point to make. You know, I've been traveling now for over 12 years, and I've learnt, especially solo traveling, I've learnt that yes, sometimes you can get to a place, such as Cat Bar, and it can make a bad first impression, and then over time, over a couple of days, you learn to get to know it. You meet some people, you try some local food, and your experiences change. I've also learned that sometimes if the energy's off, if you're not feeling a place, it's absolutely fine to bail. Not everywhere is going to be a banger, not everywhere is going to click with you. I know loads of people who love Cat Bar, so I did feel a bit bad about leaving pretty sharpish. But I know, like I said, I've learned that if you're not feeling somewhere, you're best off just leaving and trying somewhere else. And I was excited to get to Hai Phong, although when I arrived I had a bit of a faff. It took me like 3 attempts to check into my room. Firstly, the room wasn't made up when they gave me the keys, and so I went back down, changed the rooms, and then there was no power, and then the third time we finally got in.
We have power. Okay, I'm not even going to unpack or have a shower. Let's go eat. I haven't had any breakfast or lunch, and I'm going to eat both in one meal. I'm starving Marvin.
I found an Indian restaurant, although I ordered chicken vindaloo and it wasn't very good. It was watery, not very spicy. I sent it back and asked for it to be even more spicy, but even when it came back, it was still pretty rubbish. And my standards of Indian food quite high. So when you've had a bad day's travel and you've had a bad lunch, best thing to do, guys, is take a nap and try and reset. And that's what I did. And I slept through a giant storm. And then we went on a walk around Hai Phong. I was excited because you guys had told me this place was great, and I wanted to have a walk around, get to know it, and hopefully have more fun and more connection than I had with Cat Bar Island.
There was a crazy storm. I checked on my weather app. There's a massive cyclone out in the sea heading towards China, and I think we got smashed by it for a few hours.
Hello, friend. Please help us. Cái gì ạ? Anh Sang Long muốn làm gì ạ? Lên xuống. Hello.
Ôi bạn ơi, đâu bóng làm gì đây? I haven't kicked a football in I can't actually remember the last time. Harry Maguire. Nice. Harry Maguire, he's rubbish.
Alo, em hút đấy. Alo, thương ai đang tử. Rồi tao biết hút phá chứ đường mà, tao biết hút mà. Không biết hút. Phải chấm.
Very naughty.
Lấy đi. Là nó bảo đi ra, là nó bảo đi mày đi ra. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Quản lý thông báo tất cả theo nội dung trên.
It's just a 10-year-old driving 2 kids behind him in the park, no helmets on, no license, no insurance. Vietnam. I love you.
Yeah, I clicked with Hai Phong. Thank you for the recommendation. A small city with lots of character, and I flew the drone and got a bird's eye perspective. That park runs all the way through, actually. It was a good hour-long walk. A bit sweaty in jeans and shoes, but there you go. Lovely day. A lovely afternoon nonetheless, and I made my way to, there's an old opera house, and it's not actually in use, but it is in the town square. It's quite picturesque. The locals are just hanging out, having a good time, kids playing with balloons, little cute babies driving around in 4x4s. Very Vietnamese, very fun, very local. And I was the only foreigner there, and I did feel like I was welcome, and I had a great time. And later that evening I found a little restaurant and got some decent food, and yeah, I really enjoyed Hai Phong. The next day, however, I decided, you know what, let's leave Hai Phong, let's get back to Hanoi and complete this northern loop. However, I did have a bit of a crazy idea in the way in which I wanted to get to Hanoi, so let me share this entire sequence with you now.
Morning. Oh, it's nice and bright. Ding! We are going to Old Faithful. We're going to somewhere where we're guaranteed good food, cold beers, and some good times. And we're going back to where it all started, which is Hanoi. Now, there's 2 ways to get there. One is a 2.5-hour drive on a deadly highway, going past lots of carcinogenic, dangerous, polluted factories and crazy areas of built up industrial areas of Vietnam. Sorry, it's a little bit early, I'm not really making much sense. Basically, I've read online that the road from Hai Phong, which is the same road that goes from Hanoi to Halong Bay, it's really busy with traffic and pollution, and it's a little bit dangerous if you're a motorcyclist. Plus, it's Sunday, and everybody coming back from Cat Ba and Halong Bay will be using the same road. So option B, and the more sensible option, is apparently if I just go in a straight line here for about 2 more minutes, we'll get to Hai Phong train station, and maybe, just like you can do in Thailand, we can put this on the train, put Super Dreamy on the train, ride 2 hours on a slow but safe train, and get to Hanoi in one piece. It's just gone 9:05 in the morning. Let's see if we can get a ticket for me and the bike. Hello. No, I need to buy a ticket.
Buy ticket. Buy in here over there.
Okay.
Over there.
For me and my bike.
Okay.
Okay.
Over there.
Okay. Okay. I'll come back.
Quickly.
Quickly.
Quickly. And
Ah. Okay. Thank you.
over there. Quickly. Quickly.
Okay. Quickly.
Over there, left. Okay. Okay.
All right, across the train tracks we go. This must be our train. Quickly, quickly. Oh, hello. Okay. Hopefully I'll see you in Hanoi. That was easy. Hello. Okay. Hello. Is this correct? Oh, yes. Thank you. Hello. Well, this is fancy. This must be like a first class ticket. Seat 35. This is like a plane. Right, this is us. I've been running this clip since we left the hotel. It is exactly 10 minutes long. 10 minutes it took to get from the hotel onto a train that's leaving with the bike. Right then, next stop, Hanoi, where hopefully I'll be reunited with my bike. And it's a short drive to a little hotel in the old quarter, and we'll be guaranteed delicious food and cold beers down on Beer Corner this evening.
Yeah, so that's how easy and simple it was to get super dreamy on a train in Vietnam and escape the Sunday death traffic back to Hanoi.
Okay, let's pick things up just south of the city of Vinh. I'm driving on the QL15, which is otherwise known as the Ho Chi Minh Trail or the Ho Chi Minh Road. Now, both of these link Vietnam north to south, but the Ho Chi Minh Trail itself goes much more into Laos and Cambodia, and it was used during the war for resupplying weapons, ammunition, and all types of military aid. It's a very historical and a very important road, and lucky for us, it's also a motorcycling dream.
Right, bit of a problem. We're stranded out here a little bit, and for some reason she just cut out down this beautiful stretch of road. I mean, look at the mountains in the distance. Somewhere in the middle of nowhere here on the Ho Chi Minh Road, there's a nice breeze, but it's bloody hot today. And look, this is what's happening. I get on the bike, so it just cut out, the engine just cut out, and we pulled over to the side of the road. And we're low on fuel, but we're not empty. Normally that's enough to start it. Let's try, this is how Dreamy used to start. I wonder what caused that then. Well, we're in business. That was a scary one. I thought that was our first big breakdown. And this would have sucked being out here, because I haven't seen a town for a 20-minute, 30-minute drive. And it is hot, guys. Hoochie mama. What's she trying to say? She's saying something. What's wrong? Hello. Oh, bye-bye. I thought she was trying to say you know, oh, your kickstand's up. So I checked and it's not. What's she doing now? Water? Oh my God, I'd actually die for some water. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Bye-bye. Oh my gosh, you read my mind. Bye-bye. It's been like an hour since I've had a drink, and I pulled into a shop about 10 minutes ago on the side of the road, and they had a fridge full of random red fizzy pop sodas, and the fridge wasn't on, so they were all warm. Oh, and it's ice cold. Look at that. Oh. Ice fresh. Here, by the way, is a very typical example of a gas station in Vietnam. It's hot, it's dry, it's barren. Here we have, I think, air, some toilets that are always absolutely questionable and slightly questionable to use, being polite there. No 7-Eleven, no convenience store, nowhere to get a cold drink. They never have just a fridge with water. They're missing out on like making millions. Hello. And I'm in the wrong one, classic. And that's it, that's all you'll ever find. You'll never find food, you'll never find cold drinks. Sometimes they have bottles of water, but you know, they're like, it's boiling hot. Hi. Oh, this ice water though is to die for. I do have water, by the way, in here, but it's like as hot as the sun. And then I have sun cream, 2 bottles of sun cream, and then I have my phone with earphones. Sometimes I listen to audiobooks and music. I typically fill up 2 to 3 times depending on the drive, depending on the day. So yeah, that's a gas station in Vietnam. It's not that interesting, but I thought I'd show you because I've never really showed you filling up. And there you go, that's the reason why. Not much going on, just hot, dusty, barren, and nowhere to get a cold drink.
Yeah, so as you can see, driving the Ho Chi Minh Road can be quite boring. But that's only at the gas stations. The rest of the road is jaw-droppingly gorgeous. You'll pass by dozens of little villages and towns, each boasting a gorgeous church. This part of Vietnam, every town is littered with spire, orange and red and golden churches. Absolutely gorgeous. It's a nice change to see such scenic churches after a year and a half of temples in Thailand. And even though it was blisteringly hot, what a day's drive this was. And if you have the choice to take the coastal road through central Vietnam or the Ho Chi Minh Road, I hope this video is changing your mind. Prioritize this road. It is fantastic.
Beautiful day on the Ho Chi Minh Road. Look at this. Isn't this amazing? One of the questions I get often is, you know, are there lots of toilets along the roads in Vietnam? And you've seen the gas station toilets. So my advice is have a black coffee in the morning and let that do its work, if you know what I mean, and then hit the road. Don't hit the road unless you've had a chance to pass a motion, as we say. But when it comes to just peeing, I mean, I'm a guy, so girls, I'm sorry, but we have it easy. And look, there's no one around. Who am I going to offend if I just take a little tinkle? So yeah, excuse me, nature calls. So here's an interesting part of the Ho Chi Minh Road, which I think is potentially the real original part of the Ho Chi Minh Road, because if you look to my right, here's the current Ho Chi Minh Road, and it kind of connects onto this really long straight part, which almost looks like it could have been a airstrip of some kind, maybe, I'm not quite sure. But over here, that goes into the forest. Now, you know me, I like to go off-piste as much as I can on a little bike like this, overloaded with stuff, and my experience not being that great, but screw it, let's just have a little gander around the corner. This part of the Ho Chi Minh Road is just before you get to Phong Nam. Now, what are we going to find here? Some people cooking meth and they come running out with axes. Yeah, you know, some people think I'm really adventurous, like, oh my god, Paddy, you're driving around Vietnam on a little Honda, you're mental. But actually, I'm just a girl. I see something dodgy like that, and I just turn around. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? This is a good road to see how fast Dreamy can go. Super Dreamy, let's go. That's as fast as I can. That's as fast as she can go, bless her. Wow. This part of Vietnam is amazing. Woo! Now what's going on here? Lots of bikes parked to the left. And I can hear music. I bet this is a Vietnamese like festival, like a mini one, or even a wedding. It is a wedding. Here we go, look. Here's the handsome groom and beautiful bride. Hello. I just want to have a quick look. Thank you, thank you. Oh, there's fireworks. Look how many people are at this wedding. Hello, hello. Wow.
Thế anh ơi, hãy vui lên nhé. Khách tâm ơi, hãy hé nụ cười để cho đời người đóa hồng tươi.
Thank you.
Mỗi bờ biển ngày xưa không mặn chát, nhưng tình đôi ta vẫn son sắt bạc hà. Dù ngày thiếu có những khoảnh khắc đẹp đẽ này.
Everyone's proper confused. Hello, hello. So 10 people to a table. 2, 4, 6, 8. So 8 kids and 10 adults. There must be 1,000 people at this wedding.
Xin mời trước sự cùng với cô Sơn những danh để các cô sinh hoạt của mình. Những ly rượu để bày tỏ hãy dẫn rượu cho gia đình đằng ngoài và cô dâu hãy dẫn rượu cho gia đình đằng nội. Xin mời. Và chú rể cô dâu hãy đứng ra
I love this. This is brilliant.
Và hãy quay mặt về lại với nhau.
I could stay and get proper pissed up because it seemed really inviting. But I got to drive, so half a little can is okay. Are you alright, mate?
Xin mời.
He's like, what's this white guy doing here? Oh, thank you so much. Okay, what on earth is this? It's hot. I think it's going to be sticky rice with some sort of condensed milk sweetener. Sometimes they have banana inside. Yeah. So you mash sticky rice, and then it turns into this gooey, squidgy stuff. And then in Thailand they fill it normally with sweet banana, condensed milk, sometimes other things that I can't remember. Oh, it's got meat in it. It's got meat in it. It's got meat in it. That's delicious. Yeah. I don't know what you're saying.
Vâng, xin mời vị đại diện của đơn vị ẩm thực nhà hàng tiệc cưới Tuấn Bến.
Eventually, after a long day's drive through the Ho Chi Minh Road full of wonder and amazing sights, we made our way to the town of Phong Nha. I know I keep saying Pong Nha, but that's because I'm an idiot. This is a very well-established destination on the backpacker route in Vietnam for good reason. Lots of caves, lots of adventure, and so I'll be basing myself here for at least 3 days, getting to know this area properly. I checked into a hostel. It's called Central Backpackers, right in the middle of the town. If you remember, I stayed in this franchise in Hanoi, and it was cool. It's got a pool, free beer for an hour, and the private room didn't smell like vinegar like it did in Hanoi. And I popped out and enjoyed an incredible sunset. The next day, we were going to start off our adventure in Phong Nha by playing with some ducks.
So the recommendation on my Google Maps from one of you guys just says, come see the ducks, it's hilarious. There's a gentleman here showing me around and he's called Quack Quack Man.
Give me your hand, yeah. Now bend down.
Ooh. 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 Oh, it feels good. It's like a hand massage.
Yeah, up and down. Move, move, move. Move faster, move faster.
Oh no, this one tickles too much. Oh, they're on my feet again. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. guys, chill, please, chill. Hello. Is it yummy?
Alright, now you make your wish and let the duck fly to the pond now. 1, 2, 3, throw far. Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. That was brilliant. Let's just say goodbye to the lads. Thank you very much, Quack Quack Man. Are you watching Paddy Doyle on YouTube? Yes. Thank you for the recommendation. I loved it. And you know, they aren't back to full operation. They've been closed for 2 years because of COVID. Opened about 2 weeks ago. And they're building his new house. And they were having a massive argument with the builders about something. But normally, when it's back to full operation, which hopefully it will be when you come and visit, they have buffaloes, other animals, and lots of other activities. At the minute, they're only doing the duck feeding, and they do a little tour of the farm. Right then, so after the amazing duck stop, I decided to visit 2 caves. They weren't too far, about half an hour away from the town centre. The first one I went to was the Dark Cave. You start off by climbing a zip line. You zip line across a beautiful river and you spend an hour or so inside a dark cave, hence the name. And at the very end, there's a really amazing mud bath spa thing. Basically, it's just dirty water and loads of clay mud, and it's so much fun. I lost all of the footage from being in the dark cave because I lost my GoPro, one of my GoPros anyway. So apologies for that, but as you can see, the Vietnamese people and the other backpackers are having the time of their lives. I had such a good few hours here by the river, playing in kayaks, swimming down the fresh mountain stream, obviously going into the dark cave. It was brilliant. After the dark cave, I drove 20 minutes further to the Paradise Cave. It's one of the largest caves in the world, and only a small section is open to the public, and it still took over an hour to discover. This place was ridiculous, guys. This is big, very big. I was exploring it with a couple that I'd met from the hostel and at the dark cave, and yeah, we just had an hour and a half inside this cave, and the only things we kept saying were, wow, holy crap, this just doesn't stop, and holy balls. Because honestly, this Paradise Cave was absolutely ridiculous. It was, I mean, words can't describe it. It looks like a waterfall. After the Paradise Cave, I drove back into the beautiful town. The sun was setting, the scene was just absolutely gorgeous, and I pulled over to get some barbecue. I lost my friends coming back from the cave. The ride was so beautiful. I'm sorry I didn't really get to share it with you. It was too busy enjoying it for myself. Sometimes I have to do that on this trip. Back in Phong Nha town, 5 minutes away from my hostel, is this barbecue lady. I saw her yesterday. She's on this crazy crossroads where, you know, you can see the local people, the cows, and all the craziness of Vietnam. Behind me is a football game, and all the kids every afternoon play a game of football. There's also a little mini like playground, like a mini fun fair kind of thing with a few rides for little kids. And what you want to do is you want to look for all of this meat, this barbecue that's on a spit. She's got pork, she's got chicken, she's got duck. I felt a bit bad ordering a duck because we were playing with ducks recently today. So we're just gonna eat a chicken instead, but ducks will eat you next time. And it just looks delicious. There's this cool mechanism that's on gears that's automatically rotating the meat for her. And then when I ordered the chicken, she got a hairdryer out and she started blowing hot air to get the charriness of the charcoal reignited.
And these guys are busy. Behind me you can see there's a group of lads. They're drinking a case of beer and smashing some barbecue. This is the only way to eat in Phong Nha, guys. This is the only way to eat in Phong Nha. So it comes with a bunch of vegetables, delicious cucumber, lovely, and some herbs. And then it also comes with a big bowl of soup. Now I would love it if it had sticky rice, but there you go. In here, there's some chili and there's some rice. And then here you have the chicken itself. And when she cut into the chicken, as well as the duck I just saw, it's stuffed with herbs. I don't know what these are, these black leaves. You know, this is the Vietnamese equivalent of stuffing. Whatever these herbs are, it's stuffed into the meat. And the result is, it's so succulent. Oh my god, that soup is amazing. It's packed full of flavor, meat stock. Oh, this is just what you need after a full day's adventure in Phong Nha. Today's going to be a good day. Probably the best day of the trip because we are on the Ho Chi Minh Road and we're going to be pretty much by ourselves the whole day. I don't see much traffic. I'm feeling so happy, I'm feeling so healthy, I'm feeling so recharged. Hopefully the weather stays like this. Hopefully we just continue having a great time. Yes! Just me and you and this road. We're ready. So let's just soak it in. Breathe it in. So that town that I pulled into yesterday when I was a bit beat up from a full day's drive. Oh, apparently, when I was reading last night over dinner, is right here on the DMZ, or the demilitarized zone, which means there's a lot of artifacts left over here from the war. So the DMZ was where they drew the line that determined what was North and what was Southern Vietnam. And this area was where some of the most violent on-the-ground fighting took place between the Viet Cong and the US Army. And so, oh wow, okay, this is quite big. This is a big area, and I can see blown up tanks, disused helicopters, and Chinooks. And over there looks like there's a giant transport plane. And there seems to be lots of wreckage, which I'm sure are crashed aircraft that were shot down. And it's so sad to think that in this beautiful environment that we've been driving through for the past few days, with all of these wind farms and quaint villages and quiet, beautiful rural life, this was the set, a quite recent set of a violent, horrible war with chemical warfare and lots of death and bombs, and all kinds of horrific things happened in this beautiful scene. It's kind of crazy to think that people could fight in such a beautiful place, but there we go, that's the human race.
The Vietnam War exacted an enormous human cost. The number of Vietnamese soldiers and civilians killed ranges from 1 to 3 million. and the US Army declared 58,220 soldiers that passed away during this war, many of which passed on these beautiful fields on the DMZ. There is a small museum where you can learn much more about the war, and there's a trench system that I think has been kept so you can walk around and feel as though you're in the trenches. Very somber, a little surreal, but certainly an important place to come to brush up and learn about a very, very important part of history here in Vietnam.
I'm lost in the trenches. Before we leave Hue and get on the beautiful Hi Giang Pass towards Danang, we can't leave Hue without having a little look around. With it being the old imperial city and the ex-capital city of Vietnam, of course it's littered with palaces, royal buildings and all kinds of historical landmarks. But I think the most interesting and the only one that I'll visit today is here. This is the mausoleum, a tomb of an ancient king. So if you've ever wondered what kind of a tombstone you're gonna get if you were an ex-Vietnamese prince or king, this is what you're gonna get. So let's have a little look around. Before we have a little look around, actually, I just want to take a moment to say thank you. Feeling very grateful today that this is my job. I get to drive around the beautiful country and share with you my experiences. Hopefully they're useful if you're coming to Vietnam. Hopefully it's a little bit of light entertainment. I hope it's just vaguely interesting. So just thank you for watching, because it enables me to carry on. So just wanted to say, I haven't jumped on and said thank you for a long time, but I'm very grateful and I'm very thankful. So thank you. But yeah, let's go have a look at this posh bloke's tomb.
So this mausoleum is very interesting because it was built for the 12th emperor, Emperor Khai Dinh. It took 11 years to build and was finished in 1931. But this guy, he was not very popular with the Vietnamese. He worked really closely with the government of France, and apparently by the end of his reign, he was considered nothing more than a salaried employee of the French government. This made him very unpopular with the Vietnamese, and unbelievably, this mausoleum was built by him. I think because he was very unpopular with the Vietnamese, he decided to build his fancy tomb before he died. And what makes matters worse for this guy was not only was he not very well liked because of his connection with the French government and the fact that he had to build his own mausoleum, but to build it, he raised taxes by 30% to pay for it. Can you believe it? Absolutely outrageous. It is beautiful, but yes, quite a controversial fellow, Emperor Khai Dinh.
There's one more place I want to take you to, which was recommended to me by Will from Will and Jose. They recommended that near here in this town, and I've just checked on Google Maps, it's 5 minutes away, is an abandoned water park. Now it's built, I just checked, it's built on an ancient burial site. So it's completely haunted, and I think scared away any customers, and then it was shut down before it could even get going. So it's abandoned, it's haunted, it's going to be terrifying. We might get in, we might not. Let's go check. It's only down the road. Here's the entrance. No visitors. Hello. Can I go in? Okay. I think apparently 30,000 is the going rate. There you go. Okay, thanks. How was it? Is it scary?
The way is not really good. Like you can drive this way, but the way gets really like bumpy and bad. And then at one point when you go there, it goes like splits, and then you have to go left down.
Is anybody there?
Yeah, there are some people, not really many people.
So yeah, as I mentioned before, abandoned water park on ancient burial grounds, super haunted, super bad vibes, and it never got going. and then they abandoned the project completely. And now it's a famous Instagram spot. Oh my gosh. Wow, isn't this beautiful? Not scary whatsoever. Yet. This is stupid. The abandoned water park. Now I have seen this on Instagram, so this isn't like a shock horror. But the reality of this place is a lot cooler than I thought. I thought it'd be actually a tourist place and full of people and stuff. I mean, obviously we saw that one girl, but the grass is kept. Doesn't look that abandoned around here. It looks kind of brand new, aye. Okay, I am a sweaty Betty. We'll leave Super Dreamy here. We'll go inside on the GoPro. I don't think anyone will nick my stuff because there's nobody here. I've flown the drone quite extensively looking for other things to see. Obviously, beautiful concrete artwork. By far my favorite thing is this claw right here. The way that the nails dig into the floor and create this little entranceway now. It's awesome. Really cool. This is the nearest thing you could get to a Buddhist temple in Thailand because it looks a little bit like Naga, the historical dragon water god thing. And should we go in? Let's have a look in the tail.
You have arrived.
Yes, I have arrived, Google. Okay, nothing in the tail. So you got the usual abandoned stuff, trash, graffiti, and spooky vibes. All of this was supposed to be a aquarium. So they would have fish and all sorts of stuff in there, maybe starfish and all that kind of thing. And then this would have been the tunnel that you walk through in the aquariums that you get in modern day aquariums, you know. There would be the tunnel, and all this would be a tank with stingrays and trevallies and God knows, maybe sharks. And they've even got the coral rock display, and as we come through you can see all the there's water. Yeah, this is it. This is kind of spooky actually. Woo! Little hop jump, and we're here into the mouth of the dragon. Okay then, abandoned water park, tick. Mausoleum of the old king, tick. There are lots more things to see in Hue, but for today that's going to do, because we're going to get onto the highway. We're going to brave the highway for the first time because it's the only way to get to Da Nang. Half an hour on the highway, then onto the Hai Van Pass, up and around some beautiful mountains along the coast, fantastic views in store. We gotta go. Plus some people have just arrived. I saw that girl at the tomb. Right then, let's get on the highway. So it turns out it's not half an hour, it was more like an hour and a half on the highway. And my first experience here on the highway was not pleasant, I can be honest with you. The trucks, the buses are very, very pushy and give no respect to anyone, especially little motorbikes. So it was dusty, it was hot, it was stressful, and yeah, I'm glad we haven't been driving on the highways at all so far, and I don't think I'll be getting back on them anytime soon. Eventually, after driving through what seemed forever, the mountains that we needed to climb over revealed themselves, and it looked beautiful. And thankfully, finally, I got off the highway and onto the famous Hai Van Pass. This is the beginning of the Hai Van Pass. Look up there. That's where we're going. We're going up and over this mountain range. Looks bloody beautiful, doesn't it? Actually, let me show you. So over there in the distance, you can see the big trucks going over that water and then into that tunnel. That is the highway that cuts through the mountain range and goes to Da Nang in half an hour.
And that's the thing, actually, about the Hai Giang Pass, guys. Don't expect some mammoth, long, epic road. It's 45 minutes from here to Da Nang and to the hotel and civilization. So it's not really like you don't expect a full day's drive. I mean, that was an hour and a half of being on the highway and it was pretty rubbish. This is now the highlight of the day. But yeah, it's not massively long. We should be there in an hour. If you're wondering, by the way, what's all the fuss about? Well, not only is it a beautiful road, but it's very famous because of, do you remember the Top Gear special? I think it was 2006 when they went from Saigon to Hanoi, they bought motorbikes and then they ended up actually in Halong Bay. Very funny, very good series. And one of the highlights of the series was the Hai Giang Pass. That was one of the moments where they got a little bit reflective and they started to really enjoy their surroundings a little bit. And so, because of that, lots of people became inspired, and backpackers ever since have been coming to Vietnam to do the Hai Giang Pass. What is this, the Instagram spot? This must be a photo opportunity. Let's see. Sometimes I like to just see what other people are doing and then copy them and pretend I came up with the idea first. Oh. Pop your jacket. Look to the left, look to the right. Very good, very good. Look left, look down, pop your jacket. Oh, that's it. Very elegant. Scratch the back of your head as well. This guy's a pro.
I'ma make you mine tonight. Pulling your hair, baby. I feel you breathing on me, on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want it. One track mind.
So you can tell this is now well and truly on the touristy backpacker route, because look at this. They've built cafes now with viewpoints and cold drinks and ice creams, which I'm actually going to take full advantage of. Holy sugar puffs. I have never seen anything like this in my life. There's a plane taking off. That's Da Nang, right? Yeah, Da Nang. Okay, so there's the big city of Da Nang. Wowza. I'm from England. Okay. Mm-hmm. Down there is the trail. And then we're going to go along this beach. And then we're going to stay way over there. But I found a secret beach on Google Maps, which is on that peninsula facing this way. Have a look at this. That right there, right now, take a picture in your brain. Because that is one of the best views from a motorcycle on planet Earth. I mean, what? Wowza, wowza. Let's be a little bit naughty and come over here on the wrong side of the road just to get this view real quick. And there's loads of little beaches down there, which you can't get to. Very, very remote. Yes, the Hai Van Pass was incredible. The only thing I have to say was that it was too short. Driving from Hue to Da Nang really was mostly just on the highway. The Hai Van Pass is so brief, guys. You go up, you go over, and you come down, and it's glorious. But don't expect it to be jaw-droppingly beautiful the entire day. The views, the feels pass you by way too quickly. That said, coming into Da Nang, the views were incredible. It's so nice to see a big coastal city, our first of its kind during Vietnam. And it felt quite strange to be somewhere so urban and so modern after being on the DMZ, the Ho Chi Minh Road, and, well, the middle of nowhere for the past few days.
Something that I've thought about lately. I'm lost, thinking I will rise up someday, waking up.
So before we go to our secret sunset beach spot, let's check in and get a feel for this place. I've made it to town. Lovely drive down the mountain. I've checked into a hotel. It was quite cheap. It's a double twin room, that's all they had. And it's called Nagunagia or something. Nagunagia, here I go again, my. I go crazy when I drive a bike all day. No rest for the wicked. Let's get changed, let's get into our swimming costume, and let's go down to the beach, the secret beach with the epic view of the sunset, hopefully. Let's go. Cheers, big ears. To a successful day here in Vietnam. We got to see some of the sights in Hue, the Hai Van Pass, and we finished here. And I'm gonna drink my beer, go for a little swim, and then watch this sun go over these mountains and just do something spectacular to the sky. Just as the sun has decided to show its face over the mountain there, over that beautiful statue, I've awoken at 4:45 and then out of my room and down on the beach here at 5 o'clock in the morning. Not because I'm an early riser or that I practice yoga and I do a workout every single morning on the beach. No, this is the first time. I've been here a couple of days trying to get into the frequency of Da Nang. And the frequency is wake up early because they will blast music, thumping party music, and dance on the streets. Hello. Buổi sáng chưa? The fishing boats come in, and then they use these little wicker baskets, these like upside down helmets as boats. And then they bring their catch onto the beach, and looks like local restaurateurs and other market stall owners are here buying it like in bulk. This is the source. So yeah, I've been in Da Nang a couple of days now, and I've been trying to get into the frequency, like I said, because this is the exact opposite of where we've been for the last like a week, maybe two, because out in the countryside, in the central inland part of Vietnam, you don't see anybody really, just small villages and a small town here and there. But here on the coast, Da Nang, this is a massive city.
and it's a popular tourist town with everyone from foreigners and expats and obviously the local Vietnamese. And so I've gone out and tried to film a few places, but I just got overwhelmed and just decided to take a couple of days off to try and adjust to the mentalness of this place. So you'll know when you get here, this place is packed, absolutely packed. But this little fishing village, this little fishing market I should say, is actually my favorite thing I've seen so far. Just perfectly, they play through some speakers that are hidden around a tree somewhere. Just the right level of Vietnamese music, you know, like traditional flute playing with a little violin, someone singing in Vietnamese, and it's just perfect. Let's go past this statue of the Buddha and explore. This is fun. You have like a whole little marble mountain playground to yourself. Within the marble, they have these beautiful statues that they've etched in here. I can imagine how busy this place gets because they have so many sellers with like drink stands and everything, and they're just setting up for the morning. But have a look at this. There's loads of temples. Oh, and there's a big Buddha made of marble. I'm a sweaty mess. You climb through the cave and up through quite a few tight squeezes actually. It was a little bit like caving back in Phong Nha, but nowhere near as extreme. But it is very slippy because this is all made of marble. All of this rock behind me here that I'm standing on, it's all very smooth marble. So it's a bit slippy, so I wouldn't want to come up here in the wet. And if you do slip, there are 1,000 cactuses that will catch you. So yeah, Marble Mountain, 7 o'clock in the morning, nobody here. Thumbs up for Marble Mountain. I'm gonna go back to the hotel, have breakfast, chill out a little bit, and then in the distance you can see the mountains. That's where the hand holding the bridge thing is, out there up in the hills. So that should be really tranquil and nice. And but we'll go up there about lunchtime because I just want to chill out a little bit this morning after that early start and this active morning. You know when you get a bad feeling? I think I've just paid quite a lot of money to come somewhere that I think is going to be proper shite. So, you know that opening sequence that I have for most of my videos? You know that part where there's like hands holding a bridge? That's super famous, and I've seen it all over marketing material for Vietnam and Instagram. And that's here in Da Nang. And I've saved it on my map and I'm here now, but the reality of the situation is this is a theme park. There are hundreds of buses, coach loads of tourists. Hello. That's a hard job, isn't it? Just waving at people all day. There's so many people here. Right, we're back in another cable car. This one's a lot smaller, and hopefully not as scary as the one in Sapa.
So yeah, the cable car wasn't as scary as Sapa. You didn't have such high drops. It was very long though. It took about 30 minutes to get up to the top. And unfortunately, as I got right to the summit, we came into the thick clouds. So there wasn't going to be any views up here. But to be fair, clouds or no clouds, there wasn't really going to be any views anyway, because half of Vietnam had turned up.
Doing up here, this was a bad idea.
I do want to say that I don't like posting videos where I'm not having a good time. I like to keep it positive and happy. But I also think that I need to show you what happens when I go to these places, otherwise it wouldn't be a true representation and give you the right idea of what it's like here. And I also need to say that it's Vietnamese school holidays, so it's packed everywhere, and Da Nang is a popular place, and this is the most touristy thing in Da Nang. So everything was working against me.
What an absolute fail.
I came up here at the wrong time of year, at the wrong time of day. Everything was working against me. If you want to come up here and get a better experience, come early in the morning or late in the afternoon. Don't come on a Vietnamese holiday, and don't come expecting what I had seen, which was a bridge in a beautiful mountain range with no one around. Real Instagram versus reality type stuff here.
Ok, xin chị vào đây. Rồi, vào lên đi. Lên đi anh, tranh thủ đi anh.
You know, I do feel bad for Da Nang. A lot of people love this place, but it's chemistry. It's nothing personal. You might love this place, but it just hasn't clicked with me. And, you know, what would you rather? I didn't make a video about being here for 3 days and not really getting on with it, or just no content at all. It's a digital nomad hub, and I know a lot of people are going to be upset about this video, and I'm sorry. I'm genuinely sorry, but I tried, but it's just not clicking. So the best way to start your day in Hoi An is with one of the most famous delicious foods here in Vietnam, and that is of course banh mi, but not just any old banh mi. Hoi An is home to one of the most famous, and according to Anthony Bourdain, the best banh mi in Vietnam.
A passerby whispered to me that this banh mi was the best in town, and I can well believe it. Look at this thing.
Good, one with everything.
It's called banh mi phong, and I came here yesterday and I ordered a mixed banh mi, and it was delicious, and I can see why he raved about it. The problem is, because it was on Anthony Bourdain's show, it's always packed, even early in the morning, like right now. There's a big queue, and they even have an overspill area where people are eating outside here in the courtyard because the restaurant's fully packed out, and it's 7:30 in the morning. But I can, with 100% certainty, guarantee that the banh mi here is absolutely delicious. But we're not actually going to eat there. We're going to eat at Madame Can, the banh mi queen, because wait till you see how delicious this one is, and the reason why I prefer it and why I think you should come here too. And here it is. Look at the state of that This is a hangover cure in a baguette. And as Anthony Bourdain said it best, a symphony in a sandwich. So this is the mixed banh mi. It's got liver pate, mayonnaise, chili sauce, barbecue pork, grilled pork, pork sausage, fried eggs, coriander, cucumber, and a few other little surprises in there. So the reason why I prefer Madame's banh mi is because of this. This is a homemade fermented chili sauce dip, and once you open this up and drizzle your banh mi, it just elevates it to the next level. It gives it that extra spice, that extra flavor, that extra pungency. And back over at the other place, they don't have homemade chili sauce. They just come with that, you know, that red sauce, like that cheap chili sauce you get in bottles. That's all they have. Banh mi is definitely the least pretentious food you can eat in Vietnam. You know, it's the Vietnamese equivalent of a bacon butty. You know, there's no brown sauce and there's no bacon, but there's 3 other different types of pork in here. And obviously that Vietnamese Asian influence. Absolutely delicious.
So you've woken up early, you've had your banh mi. What do you do next? Well, best thing is come down to Hoi An town centre. I know most people are going to come here in the afternoon, in the evening when the lanterns come on, and we'll do that later, don't worry. But in order to really get a nice intimate experience in Hoi An without the crowds, come down here early. You can see tourists coming to do like a food tour where they come down, maybe it's a cooking course. They come down to this local market, get their ingredients, nip back to the kitchen and learn how to make pho, rice noodles and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, as you can see, it's a little bit chock-a-block even at this time in the morning. So what we're gonna do, and this is the best part about Hoi An, and the thing that I was not expecting and didn't even know about this place, because 4 kilometers outside of town is an absolutely beautiful beach. It's where my hotel is, and it's where you can hide, get that sea breeze, have a beach day. We'll come back into town this afternoon. We'll get Khao Lao, and we'll also share the beautiful, incredible scenes on the canal systems in the evening as the light changes, the lanterns turn on, and the romance vibes gets turned up to full. So the name of the beach that you're looking for is An Bang, and this entire weekend I've been staying at this place called Daisy An Bang and really nice room, pool access and a decent breakfast actually, but I fancied banh mi this morning. But this entire area has been nothing but a joy. This is the first place that I've thought to myself, this is where I could potentially live if I ever moved to Vietnam. This is definitely my favorite area. Hi, how are you?
Good, good. You come back?
Yes. Can I take a bath?
Yeah.
Not a bath. A bed. Not bad. Right, this'll do. Out in the distance you can see Danang, and you can even see Marble Mountain, which is where we went in the previous video. That gorgeous marble mountain with that incredible temple inside. And this long stretch of sand goes all the way to Danang. So Hoi An is really just a suburb of Danang. But look at the crystal clear water. You got the little fish swimming around. The sea's beautifully cold, you know, it's refreshingly cold, not freezing and not too warm like the Gulf of Thailand. This is a real break from the heat. There's a nice breeze. This is definitely the place to get away from the craziness and the busyness of Hoi An. If it's too hot, if it's too much for you, come and escape down here. Get yourself a sunbed, bring a book, drink some coconuts, have a margarita, relax, enjoy. You're in Hoi An, An Bang Beach.
Right. Sorry I get awkward when I'm vlogging. Sometimes when people are behind me or people are looking at me, I get a bit weird. Even though when I'm vlogging outside, everyone's doing the same thing, I kind of feel more awkward inside a shop for some reason. Anyway, this is now the highlight of Hoi An. This is what you want to come for. The afternoon sun. We'll walk through the old town, down to the canal. We'll watch the sunset. We'll witness the light change from afternoon, golden hour, to the evening. We'll watch the lanterns turn on. We'll embrace the romance and the amazing atmosphere. So come and people watch with me. Watch people enjoying themselves on holiday, experiencing the best of Hoi An, this UNESCO World Heritage Site. Maybe we'll grab a beer or a cocktail and let me bring you along this beautiful, romantic little place at the peak time of day, afternoon, crossing into the evening. Let's go. This is probably the most romantic place I've ever been alone. Miss P, if you're watching, we'll come here one day and we'll take lots of selfies. So as you can see, Hoi An. It's magical, isn't it?
Wish I could be everything you wanted all the time. Wish I could be.
Just over 6 weeks ago, I was in Hanoi and I purchased this Honda Super Dream, and we've been driving it all around the north, down through the center of Vietnam, all the way to this beautiful UNESCO World Heritage Site of Hoi An. We've had some incredible adventures and some amazing drives. In today's video, we're going to be documenting us driving through what it can only be described as the middle of nowhere. There's really not that much between Hoi An and Dalat, further south up into the mountains. There is the coastal highway, which has a lot of beaches and probably nice scenes, and it would be much quicker, but I don't like the highway and I don't fancy it. So we're going to be heading back inland, up and over the central highlands. So join me in Super Dreamy as we leave Hoi An and head towards Dalat. Let's go.
Okay then, say goodbye to Hoi An. If you watched the previous video, we had a great time here. This is that famous Japanese bridge. And these are the famous mustard-colored buildings. And as you can see, lots of people here. This place is super popular because, as you saw in the previous video, it's gorgeous, especially at night time. This place is an absolute dream. Let me just get you centered and looking nice. So day one is a monster. 7.5 hours according to Google Maps to a city called Pleiku. As you can see, isn't it gorgeous here? All these leather bag shops and touristy stuff. It is magical. Hoi An you do need to put on your bucket list. So let's get out of here. Let's get on the highway for a little bit. I think we've got to do about 15 minutes on the highway and then we're going to get off it and head up into the mountains.
If you've been following this journey, you'll know that I really don't like to go on the highway and I avoid it at all costs. But we did need to nip on it for about 15 kilometers or so. And as expected, it was pretty busy and you just don't get any personal space. The buses and the trucks will overtake, beep their horns really loud behind you, move you along, move you out the way. And the whole experience, on a little Honda anyway, is very unpleasant. That being said, once we got off the highway, things started getting really rural and really beautiful very quickly. And as you can see, sometimes when I'm doing these longer drives where I know I'm not going to be filming too much, I actually like to put my backpack on the handlebars in that gap between my crotch and the speedometer. It just helps with, my back pain. And I was loving my new custom-made, tailor-made Hoi An driving shirts. Long sleeves, nice material, really soft and elasticated, perfect for driving. And things were looking great and I was super happy to be on the open road again, away from the crowds of Da Nang and Hoi An. However, unfortunately, because this is Vietnam, a very beautiful sunny day can always turn very quickly into a stormy, rainy, miserable afternoon.
Oh man, I'm cold, I am wet. I'm a drenched rat. Thankfully, this town in the middle of nowhere here, up in the mountains, whilst the rain has subsided slightly. There's a guy here. I've found a banh mi place, and I have to say, not only was that the cheapest banh mi I've ever had on this trip, only 10,000 Vietnamese dong, but I think it was the best one I've ever had. It was so spicy, the crispy baguette was perfect. We've got 150 kilometers, 3.5 hours left, and it's 3:30, and it gets dark at 6. It's gonna be tight. Morning. So I didn't make it to Pleiku yesterday. I just ran out of light, and I don't like driving at night, a bit dangerous. And so about 50 kilometers shy of Pleiku was a small city. Found a nice hotel, had a hot bath and an early night, and recharged for today. Just outside of Pleiku, I've got some cool things to show you. The first one, behind Super Dreamy here, look at that beautiful little hill. There's something very, very special about this hill. Try to guess what it is whilst I show you some beautiful drone shots. Now, obviously, it's gorgeous and it's covered in what looks to be farmland. I'm not quite sure what they're growing, but what they are growing all around this area, here's another clue, is coffee, and there's beautiful tea plantations, lots of amazing rice fields. This entire area is extremely fertile. And now that you've been flying up in the sky looking down upon this hill, any guesses what this is? Why this is special? Come on. No, it's not a volcano. I'm just kidding. It is a volcano. It's a volcano. This area of Vietnam has a few volcanoes. This is one of them. Obviously the crater has collapsed in on itself and it's been extinct for a long, long time. But this area is littered with little volcanoes. And so the ground is super fertile. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't this a beautiful part of the country? Let me share with you one more beautiful place in this area, north of Pleiku. Then we'll drive through south towards another town. It's going to be another 6 or 7 hour drive today, and we won't make it to Dalat. Dalat is 10 hours from here, and I just can't cover that distance on this bike in one day, unfortunately. My back, my arse just won't allow it. I think this is day 3 since we left Hoi An. These sections of my trips, I did quite a few of these sections in Thailand over the time. And this is our 2nd or 3rd one here in Vietnam. These sections where I just have to drive long distances to get to the most interesting places take their toll a lot on my back, my arse, my neck, my wrists, and my brain. It's hard work driving over 3 days, about 21 hours on busy, chaotic Vietnamese roads that don't have traffic lights, and you just have to cross like this and hope you don't get smashed. We've seen quite a lot. I'm not regretting coming this way. We've seen the beautiful pagoda, that was amazing. The volcano yesterday as well. And yeah, okay, it's been cold and it's been raining and everything's a bit grey and dull in this town. But what's that? Yep. Yeah. Trying to do a monologue whilst driving in Vietnam can sometimes fall apart. Anyway, look, I'm happy to get out of this town. I've got about a 5-hour drive, and I'm going to take you to somewhere spectacular. 2 places that could be absolutely spectacular, especially, here's a clue, because of the wet rain that we've been having the last few days. And then we should make it to Dalat by about 5 o'clock this afternoon.
I booked into a nice little hotel. We'll check in there, and that will be the end of our 3, maybe 4-day drive from Hoi An to Dalat via the slightly more scenic central inland slow road. Much better than that quick coastal highway. We would be there by now. We would have been there yesterday. But I'm not regretting this. So come with me. One last day. One last section of the video.
So we're not quite there yet, about 3.5, 4 hours into it. Not quite at the beautiful surprise, but I've had to pull over for 2 reasons. The first one is I'm broken. My back, my arse, my neck, my wrist. This particular section of the road is beautiful. The tarmac and the scenes here, it's incredible, but it's been really, really bumpy. Lots of potholes, very slow going, and difficult to drive and stressful and not very fun for the body or the bike. And I've just pulled over and I've realized that something really important has snapped. So you know that I have these side boxes on the side of my bike, and that's where I store my camera equipment and my spare camera equipment. I have pretty much a spare of everything because if stuff breaks, you've got to keep the show on the road. Unfortunately, one of the side brackets that holds those boxes to the bike has snapped, and there's still one section of it holding onto the bike, but that is not ideal. You can see here, look at the angle that that box is now facing, and that particular box holds lots and lots of spare expensive equipment. I'm going to try and get everything sorted. We'll get on the road, and fingers crossed we make it all the way to Dalat with the side box still attached so we can get it welded fixed. It's a beautiful place, but I'm broken. Back, neck, arse, and my bike. Wow, what a nice surprise. It's not blasting, you know, there's not a huge amount of water cascading over, which is surprising given the amount of rain that's coming down in this area today. But it is fantastic, and it was definitely worth the 2-hour detour plus the 25,000 dong entrance, which is less than $1. Very cheap. There is food and drinks here. There is this alien rockage. That's definitely not a word, but you know what I mean. This terrain feels a little bit like you're on an alien planet. I'm gonna soak this up until I think the rains come. And we are definitely getting wet on the way up to Dalat. Let's go up in the sky, get the drone up before this rain comes in. And let me show you the scale of this, because it looks beautiful, right? But wow. Oh, and I can see a man at the top. I should have gone up there. Anyway. We made it! We made it to Dalat. It took 3 full days to get here from Hoi An. I hope you enjoyed the ride. Dalat looks nice. It's got fresh air. It's up here in the mountains. There's a lovely little lake that I'm 100% going for a run around. In the next video, I'll share with you where I'm staying and what I get up to. There's lots of things to do here. It's very popular. And as you can see, it's bustling. It's alive and well. Dalat seems to be the place to be. Almost looks like a skiing resort, but without the snow. My ass is sore, my back is messed up, and my bike is broken. But I'll replace and fix all of those problems with a good night's sleep, a good mechanic, and nothing like a cold beer can't fix.
So I'm not going to start my morning today with coffee or breakfast, but we're actually going to be going on an alpine roller coaster up here in the mountains. I thought because it opened at 7, we'd get here early and avoid the crowds, but we didn't. Because this is Vietnam and everybody wakes up at silly o'clock in the morning. Here we go. Wow, okay. So you push forward to go fast, and then you pull back to slow down. Not bad. Nice little S-bend. This is cool. Oh, this is nice. Come on, baby. Okay, let's wait for the grannies. I just want to go fast. Engage hyperspeed. Whoa, baby. Wow. When you want to go quick, you can go quick. The best part about this alpine coaster is this, just cruising along in the pine trees. This beautiful Dalat, crisp mountain fresh air. It's nice and cool. And we get to go a little bit here. Nice. Also at the bottom of the roller coaster ride, there's this beautiful natural waterfall. And so it looks like you take your ride down here and you take a nice few photos. Can you believe it's 7:30 in the morning? The problem that I'm having with Vietnam, and you might have picked up on this series, is everywhere I go, there's either nobody there or it's completely overcrowded. So that was a really fun way to wake up and start your morning. And what we'll do next is we'll go get some coffee. We'll find a little cafe in the town and I'll show you the vibe there. Dalat is touristy and it's very busy, but it's also undeniably very beautiful. And it's a nice change of scenery, you know? All of a sudden it feels like we're in Colorado, up in Estes Park, or in the Swiss Alps in the summertime. Just ignore the Vietnamese woman talking. What do you think of this place? Thumbs up or thumbs down? I think it's cool. If I was a billionaire like Richie Rich, the movie, I'd build this in my garden, 100%. This is the best way to start your day. Maybe get the roller coaster down for breakfast. Oh, that's so cute, little kid. And his mum going at 1 mile an hour. If I got stuck behind them, I would have been absolutely devastated. Welcome back to Vietnam and welcome to Saigon. Otherwise known as Ho Chi Minh City, this will probably be your starting destination if you're coming to Vietnam. So what is it like? Well, don't worry, I'm going to be showing you the most insane hostel. This has to be the nicest private room in a hostel I've ever seen in my entire life. Then I'll take you on the streets, we'll have a walk around and explore, and we're going to get reverse culture shock. This place is unlike anywhere in the country so far.
This is a big city, I could live here.
And as usual, I'll show you some delicious foods and some of the best things to see and do in the city. So sit down and relax and let's get to know Saigon. For me, the biggest surprise of this entire trip. Woo! Welcome back. I've got some great news and I've got some bad news. The great news, let's start positive, is we've made it to Saigon. Here we are, Ho Chi Minh City. And there's a ginormous skyscraper and lots of condos. And welcome to the city of 7 million motorbikes. It's been a very long and stressful drive to get here from Mui Ne. No other option than to take the highway, and it was horrible. The bad news is this doesn't mean that our journey is over. We still have to go to the very south of the country. Remember, if you've been watching since the start, I've been driving from the very north of the country, which was that giant flagpole, north of Hanoi, on the Chinese border. And we're going to try to get to the southernmost point before my visa finishes in about a week. So this is my first time in Saigon, and I'm excited to share with you my first impressions. I'm excited. Ho Chi Minh City, Saigon, baby. There's a slide in the hostel. That's cool. I'm very tired. It's been a long way, all the way from Hanoi, up around the north, back down all the way through the coast and the central area. Anyway, now we're here, but we're not done yet. I'm thinking this room's going to be good because it looked good on the pictures, so fingers crossed. This is a private room in a hostel. Wow. There's a bathtub in here. This has to be the nicest private room in a hostel I've ever seen in my entire life. And they have dorm rooms, but I wanted to have a private room. I always have a private room, and look at it. So there's a nice big double bed with 2 pillows, and it's nice and soft. I just tested it. Then of course you've got this bathtub, which is very nice. I love taking hot baths. Actually, it's what I love to do the most after a day's ride. So bubble bath, that's happening right now actually, as soon as I finish this tour. The TV, the smart TV, has Netflix and YouTube, and I don't know who that ugly mug is, but he looks like he knows what he's talking about. And then there's a nice little fancy chair here, and then the sink is outside, and you get some complimentary coffee and things. What's in the fridge? Nothing. The bathroom is very small, but you've got a Japanese style toilet with all the buttons that cleans your butt for you. And then here's the fridge. Here's the shower. I'm tired, okay? I know this video's just started, but I've been driving for 6.5 hours in the pissing down rain, and it was quite stressful getting into Saigon. And I booked a private room, and I booked a fancier version of a private room because I knew I was going to be a little bit knackered and dusty and dirty, and I wanted to treat myself to celebrate coming all the way from Hanoi down to Saigon. Let's have a look at the view. You can see there's the highway that I took, and then this area here looks quite nice, and we'll go explore that soon. But I'm going to unpack, I'm going to have a hot bath, and then we'll go out and about and see what we can find. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I'm so disappointed. Wow, what a fail. The only way to discover a new city, get out your hotel,
and go for a nice walk. We're gonna go check out this direction. There's a market, there's a walking street. We'll see what we can find and we'll get to know a little bit of Saigon. Because it's 5:30, there's no chance we're gonna be able to go to any of the attractions and historical sites. We'll save that for tomorrow and later in this video. But for the afternoon and the early evening, we're in Saigon, so let's go see what Saigon's got to offer. So just exploring, I can already tell that Saigon is very similar to a Singapore, to a Bangkok. This is the first westernized, fully westernized city that we've been to. As much as I loved Hanoi, you know, this place is livable. You know, like you can actually walk down the sidewalks and the pavements here. They're nice and wide and you're not having to move out of the way of people selling things and get run over. Like, I love Hanoi, but it's an adventure, it's madness. I could never live there. But here, I could imagine myself, like this has got nice condos, lots of coffee shops, all the Western comforts that I'm used to. Loads of international restaurants. I've basically got reverse culture shock. Like, I leave a city like this to go into the wild and to have adventure. That's how I felt when I got to Hanoi. I'd been in Bangkok and Thailand way too long and not being able to walk on the street and all the beeping and all the craziness of Hanoi was such a culture change and a culture shock, and I was loving it, every second of it. Now, we've been in Vietnam for so long, we've gone through the whole country, we've come to a Western city with Louis Vuitton and space and green spots and people skateboarding and women walking around in their fancy Gucci handbags. I've now flipped back and I don't know if I like it or I'm like, get me back out in the countryside. A little bit of both, actually. I'm feeling happy to be here, but I'm missing the rice fields and dancing on the side of the street. Saigon got style, yo. There's high-end fashion here. There's Louis Vuitton, Dior, Hermes. There's people driving around in Ferraris and Rolls Royces. There's a beautiful little Mini Cooper S. Look at the state of this building behind me. This is the Opera House. Where are we right now? I mean, I know stuff like this is normal in most cities across the world, but after 7 weeks driving through Vietnam, I haven't seen a single modern city. Da Nang was the nearest thing, but it was just overrun with tourists, and I didn't quite like it. This is a big city. I could live here. There he is, Mr. Ho Chi Minh himself, the man that this city is named after. Although, funnily enough, he's actually buried in Hanoi because I saw his mausoleum. So I'm not quite sure why he's buried up there, but they named this city after him. Okay, there's weather blowing in, it's going to start raining, so I'm not going to be able to make it all the way to the night market. Which is fine because I have a craving for something I haven't had for 7 weeks, something that I'm desperately in need of, craving, and that is steak. And not just any steak, but Saigon's best steak according to my mate Darren who lives here. This place is called Stoked Dry Aged Sirloin, I think. It's served with smoked béarnaise, a side salad, and some amazing, delicious looking, creamy, cheesy mash. Have a look at this. And on the side, a glass of Shiraz. Now, you haven't seen me drive here all day, but it was 5 hours in the rain, okay? So I deserve this. Plus, it's nice to be able to go to a proper steakhouse and not eat banh mi and random weird noodles on the side of the road for a change.
The next morning, I decided to try out one of Saigon's most popular day trips. So I booked onto a half-day tour to visit the Chu Chi tunnel systems.
Wow.
Here we are, the Chi Chu tunnels, and I'm on a group tour and everybody seems nice, and we're in the jungle here. Just an hour in a minivan north of the city of Saigon. We're in a thick jungle here, and we're going to walk around and crawl through the tunnel systems and learn all about how the Viet Cong fought and eventually won against the US during the war here in the not too distant past as well. So let's go see what there is to do here. This is where a large amount of the Viet Cong were based during the war, and somewhere where they established over 250 kilometers worth of underground tunnel systems that today are still accessible. And what's unique about this place is you can actually get down and dirty and discover the systems and learn all about how the Viet Cong lived and fought on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Wow. That's smelly.
Our guide was called Jackie, and he was fantastic. He was very animated, very into and knowledgeable of the war, and he showed us not only all of the tunnel systems, but their secret entrances, all of the deadly and fascinating booby traps the Viet Cong came up with to help hinder and slow down the US Army. We saw lots of remnants of B-52 bomb craters, destroyed American tanks, and we learned all about how the Viet Cong would find weaponry from the US and repurpose it for their own gain, because, you know, the Viet Cong were so outnumbered and outgunned, and they had to be very, very resourceful. Overall, I think this tour was excellent and well worth doing if you're looking to learn a little bit more about the history of the war and get out of the city. This is an hour outside the city and then an hour back. You get a nice air-conditioned van. The tour guide was great. We saw and learned a lot. And yeah, I thought it was a really fun day out.
Fighting bunker.
Right here, come on, that'll be good. You can slide off the floor.
Whew. This is hard.
early today. We're doing something special. I'll show you what it is in a minute. I've got a 12-minute drive to get there first, so bear with me. Don't ask me where I am because I don't know. But I've been flagged down by 2 Vietnamese people. And I think this is our Mekong Delta tour. Let me get I haven't been told a price yet, so let's make sure I'm not getting absolutely shafted. I think the going rate's 250,000, but let's just check. This is how much? Yeah? Okay, 250. I have no idea how long this is gonna last, and I have no idea what's going on. I'll sit here, okie dokie.
So at this point, I need to do a voiceover for 2 reasons. One is I need to explain a little bit more about what was happening around me, because I wasn't really in the mood for talking too much on camera. It was super early, I was knackered, I was also sick, but also it was deafeningly loud. I'll just cut the music out, one section here. I won't talk. This is how loud it was. So yeah, at this point I thought, oh God, what have I got myself into? I'd clearly driven down the wrong road. I'd been flagged down by a couple of charlatans, and my tired, ill state, I had kind of just gone along with it, thinking that everything was going to be okay. If I had my wits about me, if I'd had a coffee in the morning, if I was well rested and not sick, I probably would have just stopped this entire experience right here and right now. This was clearly not what was sold on Instagram. Now, off camera, I had been to the hospital actually, a couple of days before. I was suffering with tight chest pain and shallow breathing. I was getting out of breath quite often, just from walking upstairs, and I thought this isn't right. So I went to the hospital in Saigon, and I had a little x-ray, and I have a chest infection. So I took some antibiotics, and he just said, you know, just wear a mask when you're outside, stay away from smoky pollution, don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke anyway. But anyway, long story short, I had a chest infection, and this was not the place to be. The fumes of the boats and the tours and the industry, this whole area of the Delta, the whole area south of Saigon, this is where the industry is. So many factories pumping smoke and all sorts of pollution, not only into the air but into the rivers. This part of Vietnam, I'm sorry to say, isn't pleasant to be in at all. So yeah, as you can see, I was having a nightmare start to the day, but I thought maybe this tour's gonna get better. Maybe we're gonna get out of this area and get into the Delta, get into those luscious green swamps and connect with nature. I did see an opportunity that this might happen.
Đi rồi xuống đây chơi. Để rồi đi lên rảnh chơi.
I'm not hungry.
Đi lên rảnh chơi, đi vòng vòng hồi chảy xuống đây.
That just looks like a restaurant. I'm not hungry.
Đi lên rảnh đi chơi vòng vòng. Coi, coi nè. Coi tao ấy củ thiếu rồi chảnh đi vòng vòng đi hồi xuống.
So far this is proper shit. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't want a souvenir or any bull, so I'm gonna go back on the boat. I don't want any bull souvenir. Back in the main river, the big river, the big dirty polluted river of the Mekong itself. Obviously it's right at the end of the river system, so there's lots of factories and lots of industry and lots of pollution. I wasn't expecting thousands and thousands of people at 5 o'clock in the morning on tours. And obviously, as you saw, they were all getting dropped off at restaurants on these group tours, and she wants me to go into her friend's shop and buy souvenirs. I don't want to do any of that shit. I thought we would just go down the Mekong Delta, see the forest, see the monkeys, see the birds, peace and quiet or something like that maybe, but we'll see. Maybe this is where the tour starts, after the carnage of the Delta. and the touristy like scam of get breakfast, buy a necklace. Hopefully now, especially if we get ahead of everybody, we can have some serenity. She turned us around, she took us back into the crazy, busy, polluted, dirty river. And at this point I was just getting my phone out using Google Translate. Where are you taking me? What is going on? Where is the delta? I was showing her pictures on my phone, you know, Google images of the typical images you see on Instagram. And she was just shouting at me saying, no, this is not where you need to go. We'll go this way. She took us down another dirty alley, another dirty canal. Oh, it was just, it was horrible. I asked her to end the tour. She kept going. And then I just said, look, I want to get off this boat. I'm going to pay you money. Don't worry. I just want to leave. And, you know, if I'd had my wits about me, this would never have happened. I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker, like an idiot. I have to drive far away. Right, okay, so this whole place is a scam. Right, well, that was what? An hour of just pure hell? So how much do they want for this? I'll pay them because I can't be bothered to argue. Oh, I've got the right money as well. That's a result. Thank you. Get me out of here, please. Hey, buddy. You okay? Okay, I've made a decision, and I'm not gonna push myself to the southernmost point of the country. One of the things that I told myself I would try and change, like a New Year's resolution kind of thing, was to not be as stubborn. I'm so stubborn. If I have something set in my head, then it's gonna be that way, and I will do anything and everything to make whatever it is happen. And it's one of the reasons why I was able to complete the 77 provinces, because I was just so stubborn that I wasn't gonna give up. But I'm gonna technically give up trying to get to the southernmost point. I've just done some math on Google Maps, and for me to drive from right here to the monument would be 240 something kilometers. And then to get back to this point would be obviously 500, and then it's another 250 back to Saigon. So it's almost 800 kilometers, which is a huge distance to cover in just a few days, and also just to touch a landmark. There's nothing to see and do really, just open countryside, and lots of, as it's been so far since Saigon, just lots of dirty, polluted towns and cities. This part of Vietnam is by far the worst in comparison to the rest of the country in terms of nature, clean air, and the roads are really dangerous. And I'm just completely over it. I'm completely over it. And getting to the southernmost point wouldn't fill me with joy. It would fill me with dread that I had to drive all the way back to Saigon. So I'm going to pack up. This is the little apartment thing that I was staying in. It's quite nice. And this town was okay. This town was on the river, and there were some nice restaurants. But I don't know what that tour was supposed to be, but it wasn't what I was expecting. And I still didn't get any information yet about what went wrong. Where did I go? Why did it not come to fruition? Maybe I just got scammed, or maybe I went to the wrong place. I still don't know. Let's just go back to Saigon, sell the bike. Bye-bye. Enjoy. And just like that, Super Dreamy is out of my life. And he's happy with it. Side boxes, a really good helmet, and driving gloves, and a new motorbike, all for 6 million dong. What a steal. Hi. I'm sorry to end this series on such a somber note, but it felt like a defeat. I took it like an L. But I think it's important to finish on a positive note. So just quickly, thank you so much for watching not just this video, but the entire series, all the way from when we bought the bike in Hanoi, all of our amazing adventures in the north, down through the center, into the south, and all of the struggles that happened after that. I will make a couple of videos about my experiences in Vietnam. Let me go to Thailand. Let me go see my girlfriend. Let me rest. Let me recover from my chest infection and from the emotional and physical fatigue that I undertook to not only travel Vietnam from top to bottom, but to share my experience with you. It was a wild ride.